Yeah, yeah. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome to Critically Drinking. I'm your host, Rashawn, and today is Tuesday, 7-11. We hitting that craps today. We about to get that money. 7-11. We got Ene in the building. Excuse me. Hello, hello, Ene. How are you doing today? Now listen, I know it's a Tuesday. I know it's a work day. I know it's before people are getting off work. I know a lot of people have been out for summer vacation. I want to play that Phineas and Ferb song all of a sudden. I know people are all over everywhere, but I do think the people who've been coming through, I didn't want to just disappear for any stretch of time. I don't want to do that. And that's a conversation we need to have at some point too. How do y'all feel about people that just disappear? Like your content creators and they just disappear for months, a year. How does that make you feel? Because you establish a rapport. You sometimes establish a schedule and a routine, and all of a sudden they're gone. It's like a TV show cancellation, maybe. I was curious how people felt about that, but let me know if you're watching this on replay. Let me know in the comments. I know you. It's already been 30 seconds. You're probably getting ready to tap out already. I know, but just drop it in the comment. Let me know what you think about people that just disappear on you. What do you think about those type of content creators? Those shows. Let me know. Anyway, I actually do need participation from the chat because there are three different things that I kind of want to talk about. One, I kind of tapped out on because I know there's nothing I can do about it. It's Stop Male Degeneracy, SMD. I was going to have a trigger bait thumbnail, a trigger bait title around SMD because, suck my. But it stopped male degeneracy. So I had a whole thing planned, but I was like, because it involves Charleston White, who I'm not a fan of. I don't like. Oh, it makes me sick. I don't like that we have to allow some people space to breathe, the room to persist and say certain things publicly, not because of respectability politics. I just think there should be a standard of decency that we should be able to enforce in some kind of way, but we have no power here. So I kind of fell off the energy of wanting to do stop male degeneracy because what are we going to do to stop it? You know what I'm saying? We're not. We're on the internet. We want to have a little fun. So in that vein, I had an idea for a second show entirely. A second show entirely, which was going to be liquidating, rate a date. Did it yesterday on Yellow Stream. It was fun for me. Like in the chat, I kind of did it, but I wanted to do it as far as streaming. So that is the second option. That's the second option. And the third option is continuing a conversation from over on Kawaii Bree's channel they were having about boundaries because I have amassed quite a bit, and I haven't put it all together yet. I have my thoughts. I have my thoughts in a note. What's up, Inya? Good to see you. Good to see you. I have my thoughts all separated out, but I have a lot of stuff compiled. I just dropped it into Canva, and I was trying to make it in the thumbnail so I could pull them up, but I don't have that completed yet because again, I have about 30 different slides on boundaries that I've amassed over the last couple of years, as well as my personal thoughts. I thought SMD means shaking my damn. That's SMDH. But people just forgot the H. Oh, that's what you thought? Nah. SMD means suck my. Excuse me. Suck my. Woo, yeah, so that's typically what that means. Typically what that means. Let me start a poll. Because I do need two. I need two. 2 out of 3. I need 2 out of 3 people to choose. So I'm going to put those two options up for what we're going to stream about today, and I'll let you guys decide. First 2 or 3 people to come in the door will decide. Also, people who disappear may need a break, or life happens and they just need clarity. I mean, that's true. That's very true. That is very true. Oh, we got a celebrity in the house, looking cool. Look at it. Look at this cool drink of water over here. What's up, Yellow? He got the colorful jacket on today. He got the stunner shades on. How you feeling, man?
I'm feeling real bright today. I
Yeah,
won't
I
be
see
seen.
you.
You know what I'm
I
saying?
see you.
Shit get too bright, you know. I have to shade some niggas sometimes. So put them shades on. But what's good though?
Man, everything's good right now. I'm about to put a poll in the chat to see what everybody want to stream on because I got three
Hey, hey,
three topics.
hey,
So,
did you get consent before you put this poll in the chat?
I did not ask for consent. I'm not a big consent asker. I kind of assume if you're here, you're consenting. Like you're here for whatever I want.
I'm saying, trust me. You pull up. You have you at my house past midnight? Just saying.
And what was the third one? What was the third one? Boundaries, Priscilla Clark, and oh yeah, yeah, the new yes. All right, there are three topics in the chat. Now again, I know it's summer. It's been light during the summer. Traffic's been light. That's cool. Traffic's also light during the day, so I'm double like dinging myself streaming at 3 o'clock. but but there are three options in the chat, so let me know which one you guys want to stream about. When I get like best out of three, best out of three since it's light traffic right now. Mr. He says in the building, hello, hello. Now again, one though, rated date would require audience participation. Rated date would require audience participation. So if you select that one, understand that I need people in the chat to participate. And yeah, you said you're undecided.
I was
So
gonna
we
say
got
shout out to.
go ahead.
I was gonna say shout out to Mr. He said today or is either today or yesterday was his birthday. I believe it's today. One of the
Yeah.
two. So
And that's
happy
how
either today it or belated birthday.
yeah, for sure. Happy birthday, Mr. He said. I know it's with a heavy heart as you did lose a dear brother. So man, it's crazy the curveballs that life throw at you. So you're just somebody I know. I have confidence as a support system and the love of the people around them to weather the storms, but it don't make it any easier. So man, salute to you, love to you and the family, man. Give me a quick second.
Betty says today. Yeah.
Oh man, happy birthday, man. We roll with it. Roll with the punches, man. I definitely try to. I believe the example you set is a good example of masculinity. The strength and perseverance that you exemplify. I appreciate that, but also the clarity and vulnerability that you balance that out with. So I really wish more people could tap into that dichotomy: honesty, transparency, authenticity, but also the ability to stand on a principle and a value and be unwavering in that. So man, again, in this space, man, you definitely somebody I look up to. But man, happy birthday! Another rotation. Glad you're here. Definitely glad you're here. So let's see what we got. Man, I don't even know how to work the poll anymore. So boundaries or rated dates. All right, boundaries or rated date. You're great. I am doing okay. I'm doing pretty well. I'm here. I think though, I ain't gonna lie to you. I think that me coming off I was doing vitamin D. I was doing vitamin D for a while. I think me coming off of that about 10 days ago. I think I'm starting to feel the come down because I don't be outside. So I think I see the difference between the two. I think I see the difference. Quiet Bree in the building. What is up? What is up? How you doing? How you doing? If anybody wants me to drop the link for the different topics, it's pretty much open panel except for like boundaries breakdown. That's going to be back and forth because I have a lot of stuff prepared, but it doesn't have to be a Rashonda log. We can have a conversation. I would just have a lot more presentation to it. Not my presentation, but I have a lot of slides. I have a lot of slides. A lot of things I clipped and screenshotted over the years about boundaries and things. And the reason I feel so strongly about boundaries, but didn't want to make it a thing the other day, was because man, I feel like boundaries saved my life. You know what I'm saying? So for me, boundaries was like a principle that guided my life and kept me from being honest, killing somebody, or killing myself. Like, it literally saved my life or the life of other people because I was on that trajectory. Uh, I do throw the D. I do throw the D. I don't often take it. I'll throw it. I'll throw it at any minute. But I don't take it. You know what I'm saying? I have the D, I'll throw the D, I don't take the D. I just want to make that clear. We gotta keep that clear. And you better not have just got me what is that called? Was that what's that word? Cause I got struck. Glad that came up. Whoever reported my last stream, cause see that last stream that I did when I talked about men incapable of love, males are incapable of love. Two people, two people unsubscribed, and that stream had to have gotten reported because all of a sudden it got 18 plus, 18 plus or whatever they call it. I can't think of the name. Age restricted. It got age restricted, and I'm like, when I appealed it, they removed the appeal almost immediately, like within an hour or two. So it wasn't nothing to it, but somebody had to report that. Hey, twin. Y'all not capable of it. And that's my boundary. Fight me, bro. You know I'm willing to fight. Do you throw D at Starfish, Rashawn? Nah, I really don't. I really don't. That's oh god. We had a whole thing last night, bro. Ooh. Oh my god, Keita. Oh, Keita's about to. Hey, chat mods. It's a lot of y'all. Yeah, I know. What? Yeah, I've had two videos age restricted. The Booty Warrior one I get. We talked a lot about booty, dick. Thanks, Greg Bryant. Oh, you saw? I was lurking, man. Woo, Keita was on my nerves, yo. Keita was on my nerves, yo. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, God. Anyway, well, that references to tonight's conversation. There was an episode the Yellow played about what is the best way to ask for head. And there was this one lady who, I swear to God, she was just so determined to derail the oral sex. For anybody that doesn't know what head is, because I know there's at least one person out there I could imagine that doesn't. Oral sex. How to ask for oral sex. Sex demand. How do you ask for the sex demand? Anyway, but this
Sesty
one lady,
man.
sex demand. All right, so it looks like most people are saying boundaries. You got 5 votes. People are saying boundaries. All right, so listen. We can do rate a date another day because I enjoyed that. We were doing Kendra G, and I was asking people to rate the date, but again, that does require audience participation. So it looks like boundaries. Nobody voted for Priscilla Clark versus Charleston White, which is interesting because they got hot and heated. But cool,
Somebody,
we can do the boundary right there.
nobody can't. Don't nobody want to sit and listen to somebody who talk like they teeth is 8 feet long. She talk like all her teeth is in the way of everything. She should be
Uh,
called what's her name? Prince Tifa.
mm, mm, mm.
What's her name? Princella what?
Priscilla Clark, like Joe Clark.
Need to be like I can't make a teeth joke, but it's she got some big ass teeth.
Mmm. Okay.
I couldn't come up with a pun.
Well, shoot. Let me see if I can just add all these photos to a lineup and see if they'll. I see my computer is doing some lagging thing here, and I don't know what's dragging it. I went ahead and closed some tabs since we've kind of made a decision. All right, cool. I seem to be moving fluidly now. Okay, cool. We bike. We bike. Oh, and everybody, I am remarried. My wife did return yesterday on Yellow Stream, so I am back off the market. She doesn't come over to YouTube, so I'm free to play around here. If anybody wants to, have a side. If I need a side bay on YouTube, a boo tube. I need a boo tuber. So, cause she don't come over here. You know what I'm saying? So I got a Twitch bay, Twitch wife. I need a YouTube wife. So if y'all, you know what I'm saying? And I'm really not. I'm not sure I want to take Brittany Venti up. You know what I'm saying? Because she's not really my type.
Can you do a Venti men's selection flowchart? Yeah, sure, why not? Okay. I'll give you guys my flowchart for dating. For selecting men. Are they Sean? If yes, then date. If no, then don't date. Very simple chart. There you go. I hope that suffices.
I mean, it was a very simple chart, but again, it's not really my type. But you know, it's nice to know that these YouTubers out here thinking of me. I am a dime, but you know, salute to Brittany Vinny. Give me a second here. I'm just trying to organize some stuff, so I'll close that. We will let Simon. Speaking of, go ahead real quick, because we gotta talk about Simple Simon.
You could end up with the spirit wife. She's still an option.
No, sir. She's crazy. And everything will be a sign. I don't need that. I can communicate. I don't need everything to be a sign. I don't need what color I wear to mean that this means that because I stood over here under this. I don't need all that. Now, speaking of, Simon, if you are watching, man, please quit adding me. I don't know why this dude keeps doing that. He has a thing called the Food Channel now. Every couple of days or so, I get in, someone has mentioned you, and it's the Food Network. But then, whatever it is, he's deleted or removed. Dude, if you are watching, please stop trying to get my attention. Please. Please. Please stop trying to get my attention. Move on with whatever it is you want to do in your life. Please. That's cool. I don't have any animosity towards anybody on the internet. And I just want to remind anybody how I feel about that.
I don't make a habit of hating people I don't know and have never met. It's very weird.
But my boy, that's weird as fuck, nigga. That's weird. That is weird.
It's extremely weird. It's extremely weird to have an investment in people I do not know and have never met. So I don't know why months after somebody has been removed at their own request, they want to keep adding me. It's weird. It's weird. Leave me alone. I've moved on. I understand that you see value in me, whatever. Leave me alone. I don't at you. You're an anecdote now. You're a footnote. You made yourself that because you're unable to have adult conversations. I'm not even going to speak on why that might be based on what you told me, because I've heard a lot of people tell me a lot of things about why they are the way they are, and I can't verify any of it. So please, for me, leave me alone, because I don't want anything to do with people that can't have a conversation, which is why I'm here. I don't need to be here for people that cannot use words, because this is a medium where we have two things, audio and video. If you eliminate audio, that means I'm just looking at you. I can't read sign language, which means we have no way to communicate if you don't know how to use words the way other English users use words, whether in America or the UK, because nobody seems to understand what you're saying. So please, please, if you see this, quit adding me. Quit. It's weird. It's weird. I don't know you. I don't dislike you. I don't like you. You're just there. You're just a person I've seen on the internet. Let that be me too. I'm a person you saw on the internet and you chose to keep moving along. Do that. Because I really don't want to get irritated. I don't like seeing it. It's weird. And then you always delete it. Whatever you added me in, you always delete, which is now that part disgusts me, because that's cowardly and weak. I hate that. I hate that part of humanity, because I know that's a part of me too. The passive aggressive nature, the weak nature, it's in me. So I hate it when I see it in other people. That's so weak. Quit adding me and then deleting it before I've seen it. It's weird. If you have the balls to at me, leave it up. Let me see it. Let everybody else see it. Otherwise, just move on with your life. I don't know you. Stop. Okay, that's my rant for the day.
I mean, this is some shameful shit.
Man, it is, man. Thank you. Isaiah Whitlock, man. Thank you. It is some shameful shit to keep adding people. This has been going on since he got kicked off the show. Every few weeks, every month or so, He's adding me for no good reason. Why? Move on, bro. Get a life.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, God. Anyway. Whew, now my blood pressure up. But you know what? I will say, man, thank you, Simon, for giving me that whole dime. Thank you for giving me the dime thing. I appreciate that. I've enjoyed that. I think the people have enjoyed that. Man, you did contribute to my channel and my content in that regard. Appreciate you. Keep moving. Keep moving. Anyway, speaking of boundaries. Speaking of boundaries.
That was a very good way to set boundaries, sir. I'm proud of you.
Speaking of some goddamn boundaries. Boundaries.
Very proud of you, sir. Growth, as Twin would say.
We got Simma with the check-in, man. Appreciate you, bro. Definitely. Let me.
She said the nigga so got cash app.
Cash app, cash app. She don't make a move without cash app. Cash app, cash app. Send that money over to her ass app.
Hey, thank you for the cash app. We got Simma, man. Check out Simma's channel. He is doing some good content. He's changing up his format, but I really enjoy his takes. I enjoy the people who do short form because we have a lot of people vying for eyeballs, vying for our attention. We've fallen into a circle of a lot of live streamers. Simma I appreciate because he does a lot of shorts, like 60 seconds or less. He does some. He's doing some videos that are set to like different visuals, but he's speaking over them, like he's doing a voiceover. I enjoy. He has a great perspective. Very smart man. You can tell he has a cultured background because of the things he talks about. But man, check out Simma RRP's channel. He also has one about wrestling and another one about basketball. But I've enjoyed all of them. Yella's getting me back into wrestling. I don't even really like wrestling, but they have interesting storylines, interesting things going on. So check out everything. I think it's SWS Network. But check out Simma RRP for sure. But check him out. Also want to shout out Inya. Inya, put your blog in the channel because Inya does very short stories as well. Inya does about a paragraph or two on her blog every day of the week, I believe it is, Monday through Friday. And again, I like some of the people because we have, again, so many live streamers in our circumference, in our circle, in our sphere. Everybody's a live streamer, and it's like 2 to 10 hours. And we be trying to support and trying to be there. So I'm so thankful that some of us are like, nah, I'm going to just put out something for like 2 minutes. I'm so thankful that some of us have been like, nah, I'm not about to be up there for 3 hours, 5 hours, 7 hours. I love Inya. I love Simma for just putting out content that's valuable, has a lesson or story in it, and can be brief. Because if anybody knows me, I'm very wordly. That's a word me and Nova have between us. Wordly. Very wordly. Anybody see my I dropped around here? Don't make me get ratchet up about my shits. What's up, Rico in the building, man? Miss having you around. Wrestling is fake. But the injuries are real. Them injuries are real.
Can somebody block Rico, please?
Oh, shoot, but man, good to have you. So today we're going to talk about boundaries. We are going to talk about boundaries. Now, Bree and Yella had a long conversation about boundaries the other day. I've amassed my thoughts. Not my complete thoughts, but as much as I could think of. And I have some stuff that I pulled out of my phone because I screenshot a lot of stuff I see. So I'm going to try to pull that up. That's what I was trying to do, but seeing the word assignment kind of set me off. Please quit adding me. I don't know why you're doing it. You don't leave anything up long enough for me to see it. So I don't even know what you're doing. Except for that one. Matter of fact, why don't we take a look at that? Because that was weird too. I think that one's still up. It was weird.
I think you just want to know you care. That's
yeah,
all.
you like attention. I think people like attention. So I'm accommodating. See, I'm an enabler. Bro, I'm an enabler. I know that about myself. And because I know that, I'm gonna find this. I'm gonna find this video that you put on me. I'm gonna find this video. Where's my? Where are the mentions? Where are the mentions? Because this dude put out a video a while back. Because see, the ones on the computer, they disappear when he deletes them. But the ones on my phone, they stay there. God damn it. Give it. Alright, I'm going to find this. Because he made a video and it was kind of weird. I didn't know if it was a threat. It was kind of weird.
Is this a threat or a compliment?
Yeah, because the lyrics of the song just made me like, is this supposed to be a threat? I don't know. The Food Channel. He's got something. Unless he's deleted it. I keep going to the Food Net. No, that's the Food Channel. That's him. No, this can't be it. That's actual food. Wrong guy.
I mean,
Oh, you welcome. And y'all, I promise you, man. If I'm thankful for you. I'm glad you put stuff out there. The Food Channel. There it is. There it is. Where these Oh, he done deleted everything. Okay, he's deleted everything. Okay, everything's gone. I can't even show you the video. But it was something about Stupid Rashawn, and it was a rap song. But it was like it was that clip where it was like, where do you see my clips? And it was me doing this thing. And but it was a rap song, and there was something like shooting in there. It was weird. It was just like, I don't know what this means. I don't know what this means. Nobody knows what this means. It's provocative. It gets the people going.
no, it
But
doesn't.
he's deleted everything again. So you wanted attention. You added me again within the last 48 hours. You got your attention. I don't know what you want. I'm sure you have 5 accounts. Just come in with a different name. Say, hey, this is Simon. And I want attention. I want to talk. I want to chit chat. Like, dude, quit adding me. Stop it. Get some help. Conscious TV in the building. What is up? Straight man always beefing. I don't even beef with people I don't know. Conscious, I refuse to beef with people I don't know because that stuff is weird. I don't even get it.
I mean, this is some shameful shit.
I can't do it because... Oh, man, what happened? What happened?
I don't make a habit of hating people I don't know and have never met. It's very weird.
But my boy, that's weird as fuck, nigga. That's weird. That is weird.
So you won't find me beefing. I'll call out some behavior. But beef? I can't let that stuff bleed over. That's weird. It's just weird to me. It's Simon, man. He keep adding me. I don't know why. But he's deleted all the videos, so I can't even show y'all the one that I know was still up a minute ago. But he got his 10 minutes of fame. We're gonna move on to boundaries because it's just Jesus Christ. So Yella and Bree had an interesting conversation. They argued for like 17 hours straight about boundaries. What up, Apex in the building?
That's what I do.
I don't know how they beef with you. You're one of the most chill folks on. That's what I'm saying, CTV. Like, this dude wouldn't even have been blocked except he said, block me. So I'm like, okay. You said block me. I don't even block people. I said Bree and Yellow were having a conversation. I said y'all were having a conversation. I didn't even say anything beyond y'all have conversations all the time. Y'all have conversations all the time, Bree. Everybody knows y'all have conversations. Y'all twins. See, so what are you doing? You tell it on yourself. Boundaries. He day drinks too. He day drinks, night drinks, drinks. He just be drunk. What's up, man, Drip? What's up? Yeah. Sorry, so we're gonna talk about boundaries. So let me pull up my notes. I keep getting distracted. I'm supposed to be seeing if I can pull up all of these videos. These shots. Now these are not in order. Here's the problem. I just pulled these out in the chronological sequence. I pulled these out in the chronological sequence that I screenshotted them. So I don't know. So while we can talk about them, these won't be in order. But my notes are in order. So this is, I don't even know how to do this. Because I got my notes in one order, then I got these screenshots in another order. So it's going to be messy today. It's going to be messy, but we're going to talk about boundaries. There's a lot of insight here. There's a lot from therapists. Some I agree with, some that I don't. I believe a lot of the recent conversations have illuminated how a lot of clinicians, therapists, counselors, I don't even know what their credentials are. Everybody just calls them like TikTok therapists. A lot of them don't really understand the words that they use. So then they teach people. And then they teach people things and they're taught. They're taught words in a misused fashion. So people are being mistaught, misinformed by people who are alleged authorities, which is one of the problems I have with social media. We got Vaughn Bryan in the building. Yeah, Bree laughing already. I mean, everyone in this chat saw it, Bree. Everyone in this chat saw it. Bree always comes through swinging. That's how she starts. Bree comes through swinging first, and then backs down if she feels like it. But that's why we love Bree. That's absolutely why we love Bree. It's my turn to bees in the chat. No, because I was being ignorant in the chat. Ooh, don't do me. Don't do me. Let me. Oh, guess what, guys? New feature. I can turn my freckles off. Can y'all see this? Hold up. Wait. Y'all see my freckles, right? See that? Yeah. They put a touch up my appearance in StreamYard. Don't know why. Don't nobody need that. Don't nobody need that. Y'all always come up made up and filtered up anyway. Godless Sewing is in the building. Hello. Good to see you. Appreciate you for coming through. So we are. It is nice. Yeah, so I can turn my freckles off. I mean, that's a cool little button to hit. Digital Botox. Yeah, they adding some stuff. Yeah, they trying to trick y'all into believing I'm, what is that? Even younger? Hold on in that way. Everybody keeps saying I look 20 something. What about now? Alright, cool. So, do I start with the notes? Let's start with the notes, because I got a question for y'all. Got a question. Let me shrink that. What is a boundary? And I'm asking you in the chat. What is a boundary? Like, imagine if somebody said, what is a boundary? Take it out of psychology. Like, forget that we're talking about, like, the way people think. Like, in real life, in practical application, what is a boundary? Like, in your everyday life, where you are right now, there are several boundaries. Where you are right now, wherever you're sitting, wherever you're standing. What is a boundary? Simma in the building. What's up, my guy? Exactly. A limit. It's a limit. A boundary is a red line. Like redlining on a map. It's a line somebody draws. It's a limiter. What else? Like, I'm contained in this boundary and a wider boundary that has like the CD logos on it with so there are several boundaries. Yellow's in a boundary within a boundary. And that boundary is encapsulated within a page boundary on whatever device you're watching. That device is another boundary because we can't escape that device. You can turn it down and we're stuck. That's a boundary with us. You can hit that red X. You can turn your phone over. You can close the laptop. You can turn the TV off. There are boundaries there. There's limitations. Boundaries for me are standards I'm not willing to play with. That's right. What's up, Don Frank? Good to see you. So boundaries are limitations, both physical and perceived. Because if anybody asked you to go to the border of your state, without a map, you probably wouldn't know where to go. Because there's no big wall there. There's no big ditch. There's no Grand Canyon on the border. There's no dragon. There's no dotted line across the dirt. There's no dotted line across the air. So what does a border mean? Because a border is another boundary. These things are whatever we think they are.
I mean, it might.
Is people out here saying boundaries are something else? Well, we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about that.
It might be some policia, some federales at that border.
At a
But
certain
you know, a little
point.
juke move ain't gonna, you know what I'm saying? You can get around it, you know what I'm saying? You just gotta be quick.
Boundaries can be quite personal. Absolutely. The internal boundaries that you set up are personal and specific to each of us. Boundaries are for me preserving of the self. Parameters, outlines. I love all of these words. Parameters, perimeters, outlines, boundaries, a limit. These are good ways to look at boundaries. Boom. I'm gonna start these so we can come back. Standards that I am not willing to play with. I'm gonna start those so we can come back to those. Boundaries remind me and others that I have a right to distance myself from certain behavior. Absolutely. Absolutely. Boundaries are useful for that. Boundaries also, like even in law, like that's not my jurisdiction is a word. Man, I can't cross into your jurisdiction. That's across my boundary. That's not in my purview to police or to enforce. Jurisdiction, that's another boundary. When the courts have a change of venue, they're saying we need to put this outside of our boundaries and into someone else's boundaries. There's a lot of things that we do where we are interacting with boundaries. Like I said, even with the screen, there are several visual representations of boundaries right here. Because I'm in a boundary that I cannot reach over into Yella's. Because there's a boundary here. Yella can't reach over into mine. We're both bound by a rectangle. Each of our rectangles is bound within a bigger rectangle. And that rectangle is bound within the application on whatever device you're on. So even virtually, these boundaries are always here. They're always present. Our walls. Walls are absolutely boundaries. Walls are boundaries. Absolutely. So I ask those questions so that we get a visual representation of the various ways that boundaries can take shape in our life every day. Every day. If I have if somebody came in here and they spoke Chinese, we might, oh man, they don't understand what Rashawn is saying. We would say there's a language barrier. The barrier of language is a boundary. So boundaries can take a million different shapes. Some you can touch, some you can only understand. So we have to know that boundaries are a concept. Boundaries are an idea. That's the first thing. Boundaries are an idea, but some of those ideas take shape like into walls, physical fences. All of those are boundaries. But some of those are imagined. Some of those are written into law. But they're all the same. They're a limitation placed somewhere for someone. Someone benefits, someone is restricted. Those are the principles of a boundary. How do people cross boundaries? How do people cross your boundaries? How do people cross boundaries in your real life? How do people cross boundaries at work? Tell me what y'all think. How do people cross your boundaries, yo?
Just by disrespecting me.
Breathe.
No, it could be various ways, and I know it's different. Different boundaries for different people. You know what I'm saying? Some people don't see certain actions and certain things that happen to them as crossing boundaries.
Right.
And then for some people, those are just hardline things that they're not gonna accept. You know what I mean? So
they don't want to cross that gun line, boss. Rico crosses boundaries all the time. Rico is a habitual line stepper. But we love Rico for it. Now you good. Freely or with force. And that's true too. People can cross your boundaries freely. Some people can be pushed across your boundaries. Sometimes it can be completely unintentional. Oblivious. Like a dog running into your yard. They're chasing a ball. They're chasing a squirrel. They're chasing anything. They're not thinking
Yeah.
about the boundary that's in your head. You have a border that you're policing, but they've come across it. They've run into your yard. And now you're pissed because they're stepping on your petunias, your gladiolas, your roses, your lilies, whatever. Or rummaging through your bushes to get that soccer ball that the kids kicked in there. And the parent just came in and just walked into your yard. And you're like, that's my boundary. What are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you in my yard? I'm just getting this ball. Why are you tripping? Boundaries. This is my yard. Why are you in it? I didn't invite you here. Why did you kick a ball over here? My boundaries involve reporting Rashawn to the women's sphere when he endorses patriarchy. Hey, listen. Conscious TV, CTV, I promise you, patriarchy is what you want. Patriarchy is what you want. Patriarchy is what you need. What all of y'all want, you included CTV, is a strong man to get your life together. That's what you want. You want to be a bad boss, but you want a strong man to stand beside you, which is the patriarchy. That's what you want. I guarantee you. You don't want the other way. You don't want it. I know. Y'all think y'all do, but y'all don't. But it's cool. That's a boundary. That word patriarchy is a boundary for conscious. If conscious hears patriarchy, he starts to. There was a conscious. He be like, he do that little. He starts tweaking. Patriarchy makes him tweak. I don't know why, but he wants the patriarchy. Getting into your business, parents. Rico, the worst, the absolute first, last, and foremost boundary breakers are going to be your parents, because you know what? They think I made you. I own you. I can say and do what I want. I can do what I want. I prefer we just light the nukes and start over. Nah, that's not what I want. I am the strong man that stands. Besides me, no other man helped me to create the things I have. But you know who did? Women. Women did, and that's why I'm okay with them running y'all. Okay, conscious. Okay, you want a matriarchy? That's cool. I like to see how y'all got that off the ground, because y'all be just nuts when it comes to organization. But I respect your hustle. You might be able to lead the women's. But in some strange way, that would still be patriarchy. But that's a conversation for another day. Can't escape it. There's some lines, no matter what you do, you're on the opposite side of a boundary. No matter what. You're stuck. Stuck in the middle. Rico. Environmental rules play a role in it. If you're in their land, you don't have final say in a parent's home unless you paying something. Controversial statement, and that's something we got to talk about, Sam, because boundaries are a power dynamic. Boundaries are a power dynamic. There was a quote by a politician at some point. I think it was a politician. Somebody can correct me. Somebody can Google it while I'm up here yapping my mouth. Somebody said there's no law for the black man that the white man is he has to obey. There's something like, even though black people have to obey white laws, white people don't have to honor laws if it comes to black people. I can't remember who said it or the exact verbiage of the quote, but I know it was said. It could have been from a movie. I just know I've heard it. Power is an important part of a boundary. Because if you cannot enforce the boundary, then what is it? If you have no power to enforce, if you have no enforcement, it's called a wish. It's a wish. If I wanted to say I was a sovereign citizen, but the police in my city said I committed murder, and they sent a task force to collect me, and I said no. My boundary is my yard. Do not come in my yard. You know what they would do? they would come in and either collect me or kill me. Because my boundary is only good as my enforcement power. Your boundary is only as good as your ability to enforce. So anybody that has more power than you, your boundary is a line in the sand to them. It's a wish. It can get washed away in the flood. It means absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing to somebody that anybody that you're reliant upon. When people talk about financial domination in couples, there are boundaries that nobody has to adhere to because one person has no power. So they get dominated. So they could say whatever they want. They could think whatever they want. They could believe whatever they want. I'm going to stand up for myself. You want to eat this week? Damn. Guess I better do what they say because I want to eat. So boundaries need to be understood in the power dynamic that they're involved in. If I go to CTV's channel talking all my patriarchy stuff, I might get shouted down because I have no power there. I have no power there. None. None. The chat has more power than me. That's their home. That's their environment. They set the rules and the temperature. I can go over there talking about patriarchy all day. And I'm going to get shouted down. And I'm going to get laughed at. And I'm going to get mocked. And I can say, you can't say that. You know, everybody, I'm going to say it again. I'm going to say it twice. I'm going to say it in your face. Patriarchy means nothing there. And I can come over here and I can set the rules. I get to enforce the boundaries. Because this is where I have some power. But again, I had to appeal my channel having a video that was age restricted. Because somebody here has more power than me. So my boundaries did not matter to YouTube. And even still, other content creators can say, I know I've been blocked, but from my own space, I can at Rashawn to let him know I can knock on his door, no matter if he shuts it or not. So boundaries are very malleable, temporary. They're not what we think they are. The OG's counseling are a boundary. However, when you find your own village, they still will lay claim to the land. Boundary breakers. Facts. There's not one law written by a person of color that a white man has to... There it is. And yes, parents are the original Rico. I promise you. There is no greater colonialization than parenting. Because you're the main country. And you create a smaller country. And eventually they're going to get tired of paying your taxes. And they're going to rebel. And either you beat them into submission, they comply willingly, or they overthrow you. That's how that goes. No rights which the white man has bound to respect. Is this one? It's from Dred Scott case. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Blaming modern women for self-inflicted failures is my bound. Yeah. Because some people don't know where to put the blame. They've got a yard that they can put boundaries around, and they take all of their failures and they walk outside of the yard and drop them in somebody else's. The same way somebody will walk a dog down the street and let them poop in your yard instead of their own. That's what a lot of people do. That's how a lot of people use their boundaries. Facts. This is the thing about boundaries, because most people set up boundaries because they're scared. Like a border, just like same with a border. A country sets up a border like, if you cross into here, it's war. A lot of boundaries are fear-based. But you need to have a way for people to leave and people that you want to enter. Otherwise, your boundaries become a prison. Physical or mental. If there's no way for you to escape and nobody else to enter in, no new thoughts, and your thoughts can't get out, it's a prison. Who wants a prison? Conscious TV not accepting the power of the patriarchy is a boundary. Boundaries are fickle, in a way. Absolutely. Absolutely. A lot of people never had their boundaries respected because parents are your first bully. I love when Hanifa talked about that. I love when Hanifa talked about that. Parents are your first bully. And a lot of times it be your moms. It be your moms because a lot of us didn't grow up with our dads. I didn't grow up with my dad. All of my first worst experiences were with my mom and then my older sister. The people that hurt me the worst, first and worst, were family. My mother and my sisters. I only desire patriarchy. See what I'm saying? Selective patriarchy. People want to open their boundaries when they want and then close them when they don't. Boundaries are fickle. Boundaries are absolutely fickle. People have the options to break others' boundaries, but that should result in consequences. If them kids stay hushed, then that's not defending their land position. Facts. Which is why a lot of children, even adult children, have to learn to speak up on their own behalf. You have to learn to advocate for yourself, which is hard. Because you have trained a psychological dynamic where this person is set above you your entire life. How do you then start to question them and push back on them? Nobody teaches you for that. And you know your parents are not going to teach you how to respectfully. Your parents are never going to teach you how to go against them. That's against their own self-interest. They're not going to teach you how to go against them. Bree asking me to revive her in Fortnite when after being down the 5th time because she doesn't move with the group or a boundary. Apex, I'm gonna tell you, Bree will not play Fortnite, but that's me and Yella. That's me and Yella. One of us is always straying from the group.
Very much this one. It's very much this one. Mule Adipaka.
Yeah. I be carrying a lot of stuff and I never get to use it. I'll have like 3 golden guns. I'll have a health spray. And I'll have shields. And I'll die because I've run off.
That's a boundary for me.
Looking for more stuff. I'll be looking for stuff, man. But it'd be important stuff. For the team.
He keep crossing that boundary. But you keep doing it.
I don't know how to just go with the flow, man. I need to look for the most essential items. It makes me feel comfortable, which is what boundaries do. Boundaries make us feel comfortable to operate. Boundaries are saying, I will not go into battle unless I am equipped with certain items. And if those certain items are not present, I won't go. I won't do it. If these conditions are not met, I won't participate. That's my boundary. It's me. Rico's inability to use his inside voice, that's a boundary. Yeah. And that's true. Some people do operate they operate in behavioral modes that act as boundaries. Like some people will act, women and men. Some women and men will act very aggressively to see if you are capable of operating in their land, in their domain, in their yard. Because you have to be of a certain temperament, a certain disposition to safely operate there without being weak, without being a victim, without them having to constantly baby you, hold your hand, help you cross the landmines. Because they know they might be on a certain level of aggressiveness, assertiveness, vulgarity, whatever it is. People may test you. Hey, I don't know if you want to come over here. I want to come over here. I don't know if you want to come over here. I want to come over here. Okay, well let me. Okay, well you can't be over here. You can't be over here because you just shit yourself. You just shit yourself. And I was just playing. I was just playing with you when you shit. You can't come across my boundary because it's not safe for you to bring me into my boundary because you're going to face far worse things over here. So people will test you with their temperament intentionally just to see if you can handle everything else that's coming behind it. And I'm not saying that's good or bad. I'm just saying that's a dynamic you need to be prepared for. I need to see if you can play with dogs because I got 3 pit bulls in the house. So I'm going to bring out the terrier. Let me see if you can handle this terrier. Now, if you running from the terrier, I can't bring you in the house. Because the deeper you go, the worse it gets. The deeper you go into a person's life, the worse it gets. And a lot of people can't handle it, so we set up and breed. Excuse me, I'm sorry, no, not breed. I was talking about
Who?
lunch. Brie
Who?
cheese. I was eating some brie
Who?
cheese. I
Who?
had some brie cheese. I'm not talking about Brie the
Oh,
person
okay.
because I'm not
Oh,
allowed to
okay.
talk about her
All
name.
right.
All right.
All right.
I was
Cool.
getting hungry, and I was talking about brie cheese. So Yella and another streamer were having a conversation about boundaries, and they talked about different levels of boundaries. Boundaries exist at different levels of your life, and you have to have it that way. We got to understand the student's supposed to outgrow the master and then teach them. I did damn near cross the boundary. You see the face? Look at the face. Look at the face. You can call me Pank. Now listen. Now listen. And see, this is what I'm talking about power dynamics. I'm on my channel. I can talk about anything I want, but I'm backing down from Bree. I'm backing down.
It's because she's scary. That's why.
She's scary. Bree, you can call me Pank. It is what it is. She's a bully. Bree is a bully.
She's scary.
She's a full blown bully. But I want to ask another question. I'm gonna ask this to Yellow first. What? Wow! If you call me Bree, I will report you to that. Jesus Christ!
Damn.
Jesus Christ!
All right.
Jesus
Well,
Christ.
Man, Jesus.
ninja.
Man. So what do boundaries, Yellow? What do boundaries allow, and what do boundaries protect? Like, and again, there's no right or wrong answer because we're talking about a broad swath. We're just talking about boundaries in general.
Right. It should protect everybody involved. It should protect the person I'm setting the boundary for, and it should protect me. You know what I mean? So I was listening to what you were saying in a way. It's like most, like you said, boundaries is kind of leaning on the fear based side because shit, if you wasn't worried about that, you wouldn't set up a boundary. You know what I'm saying? So it all does come out of fear and kind of like self preservation. You know, but boundaries can help with yourself. I know I kick self love in the stomach a couple times there and now and then, but that will help you with your self preservation. Because I ain't with it in the definition that it is it, but I'm with self preservation. And setting boundaries can help you protect yourself from yourself.
Yes, sir.
And that's one of the first boundaries that we need to start respecting, because we be putting ourselves out there a little crazy sometimes, and it be out of the things we want, and then we get out of our body doing stuff for the things that we want, and then down the line we might, you know what I'm saying, we might regret it and some shit like that. So you know what I'm saying, and it ain't got to be nothing serious, but it ain't got to be nothing like you know what I'm saying, life changing. It might just be a side quest that you took that just threw you off the main story real quick. You know what I'm saying? You be like, all right, man, I just got to learn that I can't allow myself to get there or allow myself to kind of be, you know what I'm saying, focus on this one thing. So stuff like that. So I think you know, I think that's one of the main things that is supposed to help and protect is you know, and then it should protect the people. Because like you said, boundaries, you know, somebody cross your boundary the first time, it ain't necessarily their fault. That's kind of what I was talking to She Who Shall Not Be Named. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm saying. Like sometimes you got to put that there for people protection so they know it's a boundary next time. They don't know. You know what I'm saying? So you definitely gotta use it. You gotta use it for everybody's protection, but mainly for yourself. So
Absolutely. Cause that's there's like I don't know if you guys can envision concentric circles. Like there's a circle within a circle within a circle. Like it's like that. Like you're a person set within inside a room, set within inside a house, set within inside a yard, set within inside a block, set within inside a city. So if you can imagine that.
Like the
The
target
circles.
scene.
Like Target. There's a dot within a circle, within a circle, within a circle. It's like that. Like a target. That's like dartboard. Same thing. Same thing. But there's a core. That core is you. You always want to protect you. The self-preservation of you has to be first and foremost, because without that, everything else in your world collapses. In your world collapses. The world, the outside world, everything, your room, your house, your block, your city, all that will persist without you being at the certain center of it, because everybody's at the center of their own circle. That's the trick. But sometimes we get close enough to, I did that thing about crashing. We crash into each other so we feel something. When we crash into each other, different levels of our circles start to blend. Like you like a lot of science stuff, Yellow. So like if you got stars, the coronas will start to pull upon each other, and you'll start to see the light starting to intermesh and weave together well before the cores ever crash. The same thing with people. Maybe like me and you, we both like games. So we collaborate on games well before we find out about what kind of person we really are, the core of our being. Before we find out where we mesh at, there are some surface level things that start to get overlapped first. That's how people are. That's how relationships are. That's how boundaries are. You're going to have some level of overlap, and the closer you get to a person, the more overlap there is. The more circles overlap, like a Venn diagram. So we have to be careful, because both of us need boundaries to keep from bleeding over into each other. Because I'm just using me and Yella, because it doesn't have to be a romantic relationship. It can be a work relationship. It could be a friend relationship. It could be parent and child. It can be any type of dynamic where two consenting people, or any gotta be consenting. It's a dynamic between two individuals. Any dynamic with two individuals, they both have their own wants and needs. So if I were to say what I wanted from Yella all the time, and he had to do, if I pushed my boundaries on Yella, he wouldn't stream some of the stuff he streams, which would make him unhappy, because he likes to stream some of these video game things that I'm like, I don't want to see people playing video games. But that's what he wants to do. He's a full-fledged person. He has his own wants and needs. If I had my way, it would almost all be relationship talk, which he don't want to do. You know what I'm saying? Which he don't like. So he's got to be like, I've got to step away from Rashawn sometimes just so I can stream about the stuff that I like. But me and Rashawn we're cool enough that every now and then I'll come over here and rock with him on the stuff that he's into. And every now and then I'll go over there and watch some wrestling. I'll even sit through some baseball. Not that I like it, but because we've chosen to interact with each other. And that's what the selfishness that a lot of people have had a hard time letting go of. You're going to have to blur your boundaries if you're going to interact with another human being, including your children. You're going to have to look at some stupid art that is poorly drawn because they're Ford. They're not Picasso. And you're going to have to act like it's beautiful. You're going to have to be impressed with stick figures for a couple of years to maintain a healthy balance with the relationship with somebody you know does not have the skills to live on your level. So sometimes some of the boundaries that we set are unhealthy because we try to push people into relationships as we want them and not how everybody can operate within them or how they want them. Boundaries are great for setting consistency for all. The person who set them and all others who learn to set boundaries. Yep. Set a boundary on his fake wrestling.
Hey, you know what, Rico? I'm about tired of you. I'm gonna have to come see. I'm gonna have to come see you, man. I got some wrestlers on the line, bro. We'll see how fake it is. They don't play with that word.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see how fake it is. I got some wrestlers on the line. Hold on, let me make a call to C3 real quick. Hold on.
He actually does know some wrestlers, and one of them, I promise you, Rico, will guarantee you a car crash. And I don't mean he's saying if he meets you, it's gonna be a car crash.
Dude,
Atlas is crazy.
Hold on, the senior living center, slamboree,
Oh, yo.
Rico versus Atlas, because both
Oh,
of
that
them.
would be good. Which one
Oh
takes a nap
man,
first? Rico from the
who
gin. Rico
who
from the
just
gin
who
or
just nod
Atlas
off first?
from the pudding?
Who
The nod
just
off match. The
who
nod
just
off match.
nod off first?
Rico from 3 glasses of gin or Atlas from 3 cups of pudding. Whoa. Woo. Woo. Yep. Every day the walls are
Spinning.
filled with pictures. That'd be a funny match though. That'd be a crazy match. On that note, Rashawn, that's why people are quickly falling in love with the age of AI, because people get to sustain their narcissisms. Man. Whoo, because the artificial intelligence they deal with isn't sentient. It's too hard. People are, and I want to talk about this too. We're gonna get to this point. It's really hard. Like Yella and another streamer who shall not be named were having a conversation, and I was saying at one point that the conversation they were having about emotional intelligence and men being expected to have a certain level of emotional clarity and depth mirrored the red pill manosphere conversation about men and their finances. Once upon a time, traditional men could work one factory job, one steel worker job, one assembly factory job, and you could take care of a family of 4 and be comfortable, and everybody could be reasonably satisfied. Everybody be fed, housed, clothed, decent schools, blah. Well, the standard of wants have not changed. People still want the same thing. People still want to have a family. People still want to be able to send them to decent schools, want to be able to drive to work, get to work. But the logistics of each of those things has changed and become more difficult and expensive from a financial or emotional standpoint. It takes longer to get to your work because our cities are sprawling. You don't live in walking distance or one bus away from your job anymore. Most people are driving at least 30 minutes. You don't live close to your church if you go to church. You don't live close to a lot of your things. Your kids probably don't even go to school within 2 miles. So everything's becoming increasingly more complicated. Logistically. Now, emotionally, that's going to take a toll on you. You've got to figure out how to get all this stuff done. Now, we also know economically, you can't take care of a family of 4 on one income anymore, which is going to take an emotional toll. That's just added stress. I've got to work 1.5 jobs, 2 jobs, 2.5 jobs to take care of the exact same 4 people. There's emotional capital being spent on that. That's added stress. That's added labor, which means even more added stress. If the woman now has to work and can't stay at home, or she can't work the same type of non-stressful job, she's got to compete in the corporate market, which is male-dominated, which is more added stress. So there's an emotional inflation to everything that we do on the male and female side. So the same way our dollar doesn't have the same value from 1970 to 2023, our emotional dollar does not have the same value. It does not spend as far from 1970 to 2023. So the emotional intelligence required of a man and a woman in 1970 is not yesterday's price, is not today's price. Men and women cannot live on the same emotional capital that they were spending in 1970. We cannot try to live off the same emotional capital because, one, we're saying friendships are dying. We know that the church has died. Most people don't go to church. We don't have communities. Most people do not live near their families. Where is your emotional support system? Who's pouring into you? You have fewer emotional dollars with less time and are expected to get the same outcomes. That's not possible. So people are looking for quick fixes. The same way people in the 60s, 70s started looking for convenience and they started trading in healthy families for convenient food. We're doing the same thing intellectually and emotionally. And I don't have to develop a relationship with a person if they're AI. I don't have to spend the emotional labor of knowing who this person is and asking them questions and caring about their feelings if it's an artificial intelligence. But I can get somebody that'll have an exchange with me. We can talk for hours. And it'll be engaging and it'll be interesting and I'll learn something. But I don't ever have to invest back because they're not a person. Because I don't have the same emotional dollar. My dollars don't spend the same. So all this stuff matters. I'll be thankful for those pictures when they're grown up and no longer draw them. Clutching my mom for them pictures, them stick. Oh.
That's like
Brother
AI.
Clarence.
That's like AI Jesus. Remember I sent y'all that?
I watched it last night. I was watching it last night. And I guarantee you people are going to get so caught up in this. There's an AI Jesus holding court on Twitch right now. And I'm going to tell you what sent me over the edge to what Conscious said. Somebody asked it a question. And during the question, because, AI remembers the conversations it has, it said, much like the question that I had with, and it said username, it didn't say username, but it said the specific username. It's like, much like the conversation I had with Bree, Yella, Inya, Old Krusty Rico, etc., etc., and it answered the question, but it cited the people, which is still going to generate the feeling in us of being seen and heard. This person remembers me. I'm going to get the same emotional validation from an AI that I would get from a person. But I don't have to give anything back. It's gonna come to a problem. With a card and your elevation. Von Eric in the building, man, appreciate you. Added another one of your songs to a clip. I haven't played it because we chose a different track today. But appreciate you, man, for everything you've contributed to the songs. I'm still adding stuff in there. 2 people working 3 jobs, sadly. Yep. Major urban areas, average commute is 1 hour each way. Road wages real, and less energy time for the family when you get home. All of this stuff matters. And see, when we have these conversations, they'll be like, we'll be on like Fight Club, LaPeef. We'll be on some channel where it'll be 6 to 10 people, and they'll ask one simple question that divorces the issue from all of the other contributing factors. Why ain't women spending time helping their kids with homework? That's the question. Why ain't you? We're not going to talk about the economics. We're not going to talk about the presence of men. No. Why y'all gotta hold men account? Why y'all gotta bring men into it? We asked specifically about women. Why can't women help their kids with homework? Because that does not divorce itself in real life from the man's presence, from her economic situation, from her emotional capacity, from her intellectual capacity. Americans are reading at a 5th to 7th grade reading level. None of this is divorced. None of this is separate. All of this is connected. But we keep trying to have these conversations in these little micro vacuums. That's impractical. At some point, you have to be able to talk about the circumstances that contribute to it. At some point, if you want to have any real understanding of what we're facing, the work we have to do. But if you just want to dunk on women, if you just want to dunk on men, I get it. And I won't blame you for making money that way. Entertainment, drama, that's necessary. We need an escape. Because our lives are so trapped. We're trapped in boundaries of wage slavery, of poverty, of chasing a bag, socialization, of needing to be a certain boss babe, boss dude. We got a lot of boundaries that we're stuck in with no way out. Like Von Eric said, you need a way in and a way out. A lot of us don't have an emotional way out of the trap that has us bound. Boundaries, bound, bondage. It's all related. It's all related. I watched that Jesus for a little minute. Yeah, people about to go downhill as technology goes uphill. Conscious. Real quick, I'm going to let Yellow jump in because I've been ranting. I saw an article where people are right now, today, going onto dating apps, and instead of communicating with the person, They're asking Chat GPT to write their responses and their messages. So then when these at least one group of people that did this, at least one couple, when they met up, they could not converse because all of the conversation that they had to the point that they met up was AI generated. What do you do with that? What do you do with that?
Put the app on your phone. Shit, Chat G. Look, same way we watched that podcast. Chat GPT. How do you properly ask for head? I'm finna put that in Chat GPT right now and see what it say. I'm finna put it in Chat GPT right
I
now. I'm
can't
about to put it in Chat.
stand you. I
I'm about
can't
to do that
stand you.
right now. I'm about to do it right now. I mean, cause dude, I was sitting up. I think we watched something else. I think it's either something you was reacting to or something I might have reacted to. But the chick was over in the Dominican Republic or some shit like that, and her and dude was having a whole relationship over Google Translate. They having a whole argument over Google Translate. She's sitting there. She from America. He from the Dominican. She's sitting there with her arms crossed, cussing him out into Google Translate. Like she got to say it super clear, so she can't go off like she want to because Google got to pick up shit. So she like, I just don't understand why you don't tell me how you feel about what I'm doing. And then he handed to her. She handed to him, and then he read it like, all right, this a bitch. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Wow.
It's
Wow.
like it's like it's
Wow.
like texting. It's like text. It was like text arguing. Like you know what I'm saying. Like you have a text argument, but right in front of each other.
Man, that's crazy. I've never seen that. That's crazy. God, let's on. When technology takes 2 steps forward, our souls take 4 steps back. TD Jakes calls it the microwavable generation desires everything while contributing nothing in return, and the techs are taking advantage of this collective emotional, mental, physical laziness. Absolutely. And that's on us. That's completely on us, the individuals. That is completely on us. I was watching this show called 1923. And a salesman came trying to sell them refrigerators. At the time, they did not have refrigerators on this ranch. And he was like, we'll sell you this refrigerator, and then you rent the ice from us. You get ice from us once a month or once a week or whatever. We come out and you pay us weekly. And the guy was like, well, right now, I live off the land. I don't have a boss. But if I have to pay you every week for ice, well, then you become my boss. Convenience will have us sell our souls. And I know this because I'm that guy. I want Google to have all my data to make my life as simple as possible. As simple as possible, but I know it's at a cost. I have no privacy. None. I get in the car now. If I get in the car, it immediately tells me where it thinks I'm going and how long it's going to take to get there, which is weird. Why is some company knowing every time? Why? First of all, how do you know when I'm getting in the car? Which means you have me GPS mapped. You have me GPS mapped that I've left my domicile. I've left my home. I've left my habitat, and I've reached where my parking lot is. You have that mapped so perfectly that before I've even started the cars for you to connect to Bluetooth, you know I'm getting ready to leave somewhere. So for convenience sake, we've traded a lot of freedoms. We've traded a lot of privacy for convenience. Our food, I know I eat a lot of convenient trash food because I don't feel like cooking. We do a lot of trade-offs. All of this stuff, they're all trade-offs. They're all trade-offs. We've traded something for something. So then what do we need to give up to get something back? Everything that we say we want back in society, in humanity, in couples, in relationships, in children, we're going to have to give up something to get what was lost. And maybe because we gave it up, we might have to pay a premium to get it back. And that's what a lot of people really don't. Because we're lazy and looking for convenience, we gave it up because we're lazy. So we're definitely not going to be willing to work harder to get it back. So there's a problem that we're going to have to overcome psychologically. If we really want all the stuff we say we want, it's going to cost. There's going to be a payment due. We're not going to get it free and easy. We're not. Yellow was having a conversation with this other content creator. And he was like, men provide the stability. But he was like, don't bring all your chaos to me. But I'm like, that's the price. If men at this time in life are going to want to be in relationship with women who are probably at their most chaotic because they're most free and haven't stabilized, we're going to have to pay the premium of providing even more stability for an even more chaotic person who are dealing with a more costly society that requires more of them. And no, I get it. I see him shaking his head. No, that's the math that a lot of guys are saying no to. I get it. I get it. It's like, why would I pay more why would I pay more emotional and intellectual and physical energy than my forefathers paid?
So I was saying, what I was saying is that we're required to be the stability.
Right.
I'm not saying that I want to be. I'm saying I don't want to be your stability. I don't even want that position. I don't even want you to eyeball me in that way. So no, it's not like I'm asking for something without expecting something on the back end. I'm saying that the requirement altogether is some bullshit.
I get you. That's what I'm saying. That's why you and a lot of other people are saying no. I don't want that requirement. But your first thing was you understood that was a requirement. I understand that's a requirement.
I understand. Right. I understand this. No, I'm what I'm saying is I understand the requirement is some bullshit. That's what I'm saying. I understand the pretense of the requirement. It's only that's what I'm saying. It's not like that's the built-in thing. Because the need to be chaos. Hold on. The need to be chaotic is letting me know that you're more than likely purposely going to cross my boundaries. Therefore, me setting boundaries with you is going to be futile. So there's no need to sit up and set boundaries all the time. There's no need to negotiate how to. Well, now I ain't triggered because I want to make sure that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that I understand that's the thing. I'm like, yeah, like I know, I know that this is a 3, but I want to dunk and make that a 3-pointer. No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that requirement is unnecessary. Because for you to purposely bring chaos into somebody's life who already got stability makes you a problem in the first place. Because you would not want the inverse. Most people would not want the inverse. Because if you didn't require that stability from nobody and they came in your life with a ball of chaos, you probably wouldn't like it. Then that would start making you have to move different. All them boundaries that you originally set, a lot of them going to get adjusted and shifted around. So that's why I was like, if it's not worth it to do that, because why am I putting in time to set boundaries if the other person is just going to just disrespect the boundary as a part of the built-in situation. So that's I just wanted to kind of clear that up.
I get what you're saying. I just think respectfully, of course. I just think you're wrong. Because the thing is, men and women do bring separate variations of humanity to the table. I think that's innate. I think that's natural. I think we can see that men and women have some very fundamental differences at their core. The way they think, the way they feel, the way they choose to operate. A lot of that could be socialized, but a lot of it is innate, in my opinion. I can't prove it. That's going to be in the theories of evolutionary psychology, biology, all that stuff. But as such, I would believe that a woman is going to bring chaos. The issue is society has her bringing more chaos than necessary. Not a woman is going to bring chaos, but it's more chaos than should be necessary. And a guy is going to bring some structure. Unfortunately, the same for us. The same way women are rebelling against us is because we're bringing structure, but it's not useful structure. It's not structure that's going to get them anywhere. It's not structure that's going to help the family. Okay, if I bring a box to an alley, a box is a structure. A cardboard box is a structure, but it's not what I want to live in. That's not where I want to be. A dumpster's a structure. I don't want to live in a dumpster. So just because guys are bringing structure doesn't mean it has the necessary utility. The same way women are chaos doesn't mean it's of the necessary temperament for it to be maintained, corralled, brought into alignment. So I believe there's an issue on both the male and the female side where both people believe that what they're bringing, like you said this before, both people have turned their vices into virtues. Like, I'm free. I'm trying to be myself. You ain't about to stop me from being myself. And they've turned that into a mantra. Also, guys have turned this thing of being rational. We're rational. We're logical. Because our thought processes are different and more linear, we're assuming that we're still making the same right conclusions at each step. Yes, we're moving in a linear progression. Excuse me, but sometimes that linear nature, we're skipping steps from A to D to L to R to Z. And we're like, yes, I'm logical. I moved in a linear nature. You see the progression? And everybody's like, yeah, you moved in a progress, but nobody can perceive it. You've skipped steps. And I think that's one of the problems of the whole dynamic, this whole masculine feminine thing. Just like boundaries, I think people are using words that don't serve us anymore because we don't have a basis of understanding. So I think men and women, if we could drop some of this extra language and start breaking stuff down to the fundamentals, which is why I started with the question of what is a boundary? Like a physical boundary, a mental boundary. Like, we need to start breaking stuff down to its most fundamental level, because chaos does not have to be bad. Order is not necessarily good. And we have a lot of built-in assumptions that women's chaos is bad because women's chaos helps us break out of some of that rigidity that gets us stuck. Like the whole, like, I'll give you an example. George Bush, well, he was dead set on something, but he was dead wrong. He was strong and wrong. He had a structure. He was the head of a structure. He was authoritative and decisive, but it was based on bad information. But it doesn't matter because he was reasonable, logical, authoritative, directed, but it was wrong. And I think the combination of the two is what's necessary. Men need to learn to take on the attributes of chaos and hone it. And women need to, like, subordinate themselves to structure and hone it. And to me, the balance is that. Like, the balance is submitting to the other energy and honing yourself within that balance, that duality. But again, that's my overarching thing. I'm gonna let you jump back in because I said a lot. I'm gonna come back to your question, Rico.
So I don't want to make it seem that you're wrong because I get the ideal behind it. The problem is that it's selfish execution and how that should balance out. Balance don't mean that both of them fit on the scale equally. Balance mean that they figure out. Because to some people, they think balance means one way. One could be one way down here, one up here. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not expecting I'm not expecting no chaos. Like, that's kind of the weird approach that I'm seeing that I'm personally disagreeing with. For me to not expect people's natural, for me to expect people to not just naturally be them and make mistakes and cross the line, that would be naive of me.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I typically say that boundaries need to be established only after they've been crossed in certain situations, especially in the whole men-women dynamic. What I said is that this idea of being chaos and I'm order negates me setting boundaries, because I'm not saying be a stick in the mud and not get out of your normal self, but bro, we talking about a situation where people are coming to make your situation more difficult.
Now, I get what you're saying.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, and that's why it's like, for you to be like, we need to start taking some of these terms differently. Then no. In the idea of where we're at now, intentional chaos is the last thing we need, because it's not helping.
I'll be right back
While
you cooking.
Right. We've seen centuries of chaos, and we're here now. We've seen centuries of chaos, and we're here right now, still fighting, still scraping to get order socially, emotionally. So we gonna keep dumping gas on the fucking on the grease fire. We gonna dump water on the grease fire instead of going to grab the flour and throw it on there. It's crazy as hell. And that's I don't know. That's kind of where I'm at. To ask somebody to set boundaries so you can intentionally cross them, that's some form of manipulation. Because the only reason the only reason that stability is required is so there can be some type of in a sense like consensual boundary crossing. It's like the yellow dot that Bree was setting up for the boundaries. It's like I'm gonna give you a boundary to cross all the time. It's the warning track. But we sit here and make hard line boundaries something we can't let slide. It's like it becomes a contradiction a lot of times. And I just don't like how that's just me. That's me personally. I don't like how it falls. Because it tends to always come out the same way. Well, you just got to deal with it. But then no, why am I setting boundaries then if I just got to deal with it? If I got to deal with the level of power above my boundary, then why am I setting boundaries? I should just fall in line.
I get what you're saying. And just to address it, because I want to work through some of these points I got. I think it should be anticipated. Like what you're saying is like, douse the fire. Douse the fire. But I think the fire is life. It's always going to be burning. Like it's been perpetual. You said throughout history it's been chaos. And it's been a history.
If I bring, hold on, like check me out. The problem isn't that the fire is burning and it's a problem. I mean, it's not like the fire is burning and the fire is supposed to be burning. Somebody's bringing you chaos, telling them this is a problem for them, and you are supposed to be the stability. That's a different story. That's a different story to me. That's like me bringing the issue to you all the time and telling you this is my issue, and I'm constantly bringing it to you and constantly bringing it to you. When you know damn well that I recognize what the issue is. I know how to fix it. I am the only one who has the capacity to fix it because, of course, your boundaries and your emotions and everything about you is only responsible to you. But here comes this other person who's going to violate every idea of that because they're going to shove all this chaos on you to be the stability. And this ain't even male or female. This is why I'm saying this person, because this can be another male. This could be another female. Anybody who bring chaos into your life, this could be your parent. Anybody who bring chaos into your life unwillingly is never good because you're not required to be the offload for that chaos. Now, chaos happens, things happen. You should be prepared for that, but you shouldn't be prepared to shoulder the entire load of the chaos.
Yeah, I'm not saying that.
But that's okay. So that's what I'm saying. That's the only thing I'm pushing back on. Because recognizing what the chaos is that you're talking about is human nature. And I want to get I want to make sure I get down that I understand that. That's what I'm saying. Okay. For me to say blocking human nature would be naive. It would be unfair to the other person. That's why I used the warning track example yesterday. Because that gives the warning track, playing in the warning track to make those plays, gives that person room to kind of be them without it being restricted. It gives them room to make mistakes because that's what the humanity is. That's what being human is. That's what being in a relationship with another person is.
Right.
But it's when you think that's where you're supposed to be, you always in the danger zone. Eventually, you're going to start making more mistakes.
Right.
Right. Okay. So that's my point. A lot of times we're just expected to be okay with the more mistakes than good. Just constant chaos. Constant chaos.
That's my inflation theory. That's what I'm talking about when I said inflation. People are expecting more out of other humans because of the rate of inflation. The same way the dollar has inflated, I'm with you. Because people now are expecting, because a society has us out of alignment. Society has men thinking the dumpster behind the 7-Eleven is sufficient structure for a family. And society also has women thinking they should be able to twerk on top of the 7-Eleven while it's burning. Both are wrong. But society has told us that that's okay. Society has us tuning ourselves to those outcomes. What I'm saying is that there's a truth underneath what society is telling. That there might be an inherent instability and chaos with women. There might be an inherent need for structure with men, which you've agreed to. And then what I'm saying next is, if we understand that, our society is making us pay a heavier cost to get to the same levels that our predecessors had. To get to the same level, because kind of like, nothing wrong with twerking on rooftops, but the roof is burning. That's a problem. You're twerking while it's burning. That's weird. It's on fire, and not like a little fake fire, not like the little flashing lights that look red. It's literally on fire, and the family is burning, but they're goddamn twerking. And you're twerking, and it's burning. Everybody's dying, and you're twerking. That's not okay. That's not normal. That's psychotic. But that's what we've made normal. Psychotic and psychosis is what we've made normal. So that's what I'm trying to tell Yella. We've made psychosis normal. So the cost of repair is not a conversation anymore. I can't say, hey, twerker, that's indecent. Could you please step down from there? Which might have happened 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago. And the woman can't say, hey, black man, could I expect you to step in front of this danger for me? I don't feel safe in this situation. You know what? She can't. Because the conversation is no longer enough of a dollar, enough of an emotional dollar to make the payment because of inflation. So now, to get her to stop twerking, or to get him to build something bigger than a box behind the 7-Eleven, it's going to take a lot more incentive, because none of us have the power of correction. There's only two psychological tools. Very simple. Now we can extrapolate from there, but we start the carrot and the stick. Positive and negative reinforcement. Now, we're dominated, black people specifically, are at the bottom of a hierarchy in society. We have no stick. We don't have jails. We don't have authority for corporal punishment. We can't levy fines against anybody. There's no corporate body of black people to do anything stick related. There's no stick. So you are already at half capacity with the manipulation and social engineering of human society. You're already on one leg out of two legs that you could stand on to get humans to do what you want them to do. We already are only one leg. We are peg leg. Eileen. Black people are Eileen. I got one leg. You feel me? That's literally where we are. The only thing we can offer is incentive. Now, if you're in a culture that has removed your capacity to grow and groom incentives, you don't have as much money as the rest of the groups. What do? You have no carrot and no stick. So nobody can incentivize men to build something better than the box or the dumpster behind the 7-Eleven. And nobody can punish the men either. Because dominant society isn't doing it. And nobody can stop the women from twerking on the burning gas station. Nobody can incentivize them to come down. There's no incentive. There's no stick. So now we have a problem where we need to be more inventive, because we're going to have to generate one or the other. Otherwise, everything we talk about is a waste of time, which I'm okay with it being entertainment. If people want to I get entertaining ourselves with a thought experiment. I love that. I'm cool with that. So I'm not trying to demonize just talking about it for the sake of talking about it. I love that. I love ideas. The issue is if we actually expect anything to change, we need to understand the dynamics of human nature. And carrots and sticks, positive and negative reinforcement is all there is. Those are the two tools. Now, positive reinforcement, incentive could be like, hey, listen, I'm going to take care of the family because I got enough money, which means you need to produce enough money to take care of a family, which might be enough incentive to get her to stop twerking. Because you can buy, unfortunately, you can buy civility because jobs do it all the time. Employers buy civility out of everybody on this planet. Employers buy timeliness and professionalism out of everybody on this planet. So we can buy. All of the behaviors that we want can be bought. All of them. Sex can be bought. Everything that black men want can be bought. Everything that black women want can be bought. All of it. So, the issue is how inventive do we become to get our hands on capital or the power and leverage to enforce the stick, which we don't have yet. We don't have a stick. We don't have a twig. All we have is shaming. That's all we have. Public shaming, which is why Kiki Wyatt's husband goes to the internet, which is why Jonah Hill's ex-girlfriend from a year ago goes to the internet. All people have now. That's all they have. That's the only stick they have. I'm going to put you on blast. I'm going to put you on blast. I'm going to put you on blast. What a Bree said, I'm reporting you to the FBI. That's all we got. We don't have no sticks. No sticks. And no incentives. No incentives. So then what do we have? We have nothing. Which is ultimately. What's up, Red Lipstick Vibes? Why I say we have to get inventive, because I see the problem. There's an inflation. Everything's going to cost more. Not just financially, but emotionally. I'm going to have to invest even more time than I would have if I lived 40 years ago into children that I did not create. If I want the society that I see myself wanting, I'm going to have to spend more time helping people and showing them that they're valued, showing them that I care, validating their life, their humanity, their experience, that are women that are not they're not my wife, they're not my daughter, they're not my mother. I'm going to have to extend myself to small micro level manage the moods and feelings of people on a small level. That's the only way. Because if I do nothing, we see what the outcomes are. I'm making enough money to put people on actual hit lists. So I have power. And conscious, you might. And then what do you use that power for? I don't know. I'm asking that question. What everybody that attains wealth and power, they then have carrots and sticks. And then what do they use those carrots and sticks for? That's the question.
So I'm liking the carrot and the stick as the incentive, right? So if I'm on the horse or whatever, I got the carrot in front of the stick.
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool. The problem with the situation that you proposing is that our current state is that we both hungry, me and the motherfucking horse. So how about this? How about I get off, take the stick, kill the horse, eat the horse, and have a carrot on the side? Because being by yourself seemed like the way more better option to achieve all of this emotional balance and peace and all of that. So as much as I despise hearing people say they be by themselves, I'm doing it now. And I promise you, I promise you, ain't nothing. I will window shop relationships all day. I would not. I promise you. It'd be a cold day in hell. I would love to be in one. It'd be a cold day in hell. Because I'm not finna sign up, and I don't suggest nobody do that. Not now. Not now. Because you got people who want to bring this type of shit to you. That ain't psycho. That's self-preservation. Because what if the horse don't move? Just because you got a stick and carrot don't mean the horse gonna move. That horse is stand there and just fall the hell over.
So that brings up a great question, Yellow. Let me ask you this. So let's say, because I think this was either you or Pank. This was either you or Pank's dilemma.
Bree, who shall
You,
not be named.
Bree, who shall not be named. There was a situation where somebody needed to be saved. I think this might have been Pank. Somebody needed to be saved, but they were themselves in such an erratic emotional state that they didn't know that they needed to be saved. Right? But let's say that's the woman. Let's say that's the woman. She needs to be saved, but she's in such an emotional state that she doesn't know she needs to be like she's in such a panic, so panic stricken, and her so volatile that she can't recognize what salvation looks like. And let's say the man needs that same panic stricken woman. Let's say she got the keys. The way to get out is the code that the woman has. He doesn't know the code. The only way to get out of this burning building are the codes that the woman has. But the woman is so panic stricken and doesn't trust the man because she's been traumatized in this building that's burning down by other men. So now you have a conundrum. She's going to have to develop enough comfort to this man to give him the codes, which she thinks, well, if I get out of this burning building with this man, he's probably going to further traumatize me and torture me. But he needs these codes to survive himself. So do you soften up your stance enough to sweet talk the codes out of somebody who's in a hyper vigilant, hyper erratic, hyper emotional state? Or do you threaten the person who's already been threatened and tortured to get these codes, carrot and stick? But she's got the codes.
Man.
Or do you all burn?
I look at it like this. You know, I know you're using the knowledge. I'm a squeeze in one more. It's a rule with lifeguard, right? Never save somebody who just kicking and splashing around. If they can't calm down, let their ass drown. Cause that's the whole thing. You can't swim nobody back to shore who kicking and you know what I'm saying, who kicking and acting all crazy. So it's the same thing in the building. Because if I'm a drown going to save you, I might as well let you drown and swim back. The same way in the building. If I'm stuck in here because she got the code, but she don't know she need to be saved, cool. You keep the code. I'll find another way. If I can't find another way, I would rather die trying to find another way than to die standing there trying to convince her to work with me. Because that wasted way more time than it did me going to find a solution to get myself out of the problem. Why standing here in this situation where I know it's about to go bad if I stay here instead of trying to find another way? And if I can't, then cool. That's why you see people who die of hypothermia, which is when you freeze to death, right? People who die of hypothermia are usually found naked. You want to know why they're usually found naked? Because your body experiences at its most cold, just before you freeze to death, your body experiences the biggest burst of heat it ever will feel in your existence. And people are tearing their clothes off because they are so hot in the middle of the coldest place they've ever been. That's why they freezing to death. Because if you don't make that motherfucking effort to save yourself at the end, something wasn't right.
Now, where I'm with you, I'm with you, but unfortunately, like you like science, man. You like science. So let me argue this from the science perspective. If you the last two people on Earth, you and this woman, and your swimming analogy, can't neither of y'all swim that well. But y'all, you got the strong arms, she got the strong legs, or vice versa. Y'all need to put it together. The only way y'all gonna make it to safety, to the island, is if y'all go together. Excuse me, because you got two broken legs, she got two broken arms. Either way, y'all need each other. That's the condition. Like, that's baked in. Because you cannot pass on your genetics without each other. The man and the woman. Just genetic annihilation if the man and the woman do not participate. So that's the built-in condition. With that, there is no making it by yourself. There is no making it by yourself. There's no swimming to safety by yourself. There's no getting out the burning building. Y'all have each other's codes. Y'all have each other's solution. But both are afraid or hurt or wounded. So nobody can get out of the trap. And the people, and unfortunately, and this is the worst part, there are people who want you in the trap. Because they benefit off of it. You spend money, you expend energy, and they can harness that energy. You pour into other people. All that swimming y'all do, kicking by yourself, it feeds like some hydroelectric something. It's just, let's make up something. There's some hydroelectric system that the more you kick, the more they profit. The more they make money, the more you kick. You don't get anywhere. You don't get relief. But you feed into an electrical system. Other people, their lights are bright because of you kicking. And because of her paddling. Lights is bright. They playing video games, but you steady kicking for survival. But y'all need each other, but y'all don't know it. Because they've convinced you that you don't. All of the conditioning is telling y'all that what bothers me the most, and this might be something I feel currently, the same way I hear that quote by Harriet Tubman. I feel the way that we could free more slaves if they knew that they were slaves. If more people knew that their solution and salvation lied in collaboration as opposed to individuation, I feel like we could do so much more. Yesterday's incentives are not today's incentives. Let me ask Rico's questions, and we can get back to this, man. Because I swear to God, I got a whole page of notes that I ain't even got into, y'all. I've been enjoying this conversation. I love Yellow, but I hate that he feels so separate from the community and the collective. But as a minority myself, I do understand the disposition. I think we all throw in the towel a time or two. Man, facts, consciously, I promise you. I'm so separate, too, and I get it. But I also know that all of my greatest successes lied at the hands of love. Various forms of love. I don't mean like romantic love all the time. I meant me and another human connecting on a level where we were able to accomplish something that neither of us would have been able to accomplish on our own. I've seen that at the end of every rainbow has been some version or variation or flavor of that. So I have a hard time when I hear people be like, "Man, we're gonna do it by ourselves, man." Nah, can't nobody do it by themselves. It's built. It's a built-in mechanism. There's no way you can do it by yourself. But as long as you think you can, you'll keep working by yourself, and everybody else will get energy off of your paddling. But nobody can save you like that. Like Yella said, you're paddling from survival. Nobody can save you like that. It's crazy.
The thing missing though, right? The thing missing in that equation is the love. So let me kind of say it this way, since it was very specific, right? The reason I have the stance that I have is because I know that I would possess more love than the person I would meet. I believe in the power of love. I believe in how love can motivate you. I believe in all of that. I believe how love can help the greater good. But the only way my love can help the greater good is if I'm loved too. Now, see, what I'm saying is this. After a while of continuing to do that and not receiving that back, see, now I realize that, okay, I got enough love to receive to give myself. So like when I say I understand it to a sense, I get it. You know what I'm saying? Because I can get from you the same source without having to let you not love me like that. And that's damn, this is what a man gonna come at me like for real. Like that's where I'm at. Like that's where you could be at with this situation. I can get those things out of you without having to worry about you loving me back. Because the unfortunate part about it is now you've only made yourself that's only valuable for a physical need now. I can get the type of love that you talking about from different people. I stream. I get that. It's a version of that love that you talking about that come from my community. Motherfuckers don't even know on a whole deeper level. On a whole deeper level. On some shit that I don't even be telling y'all. Real shit. So you know what I'm saying? If that ain't where it's at, then nah, because that's the balance we talking about. It's loving without getting love in return. Because if I'm peddling it ain't nobody coming over there checking on me. And then if the person peddling speak up, then they told to just shut up and keep peddling because that's part of the job. So I'm just saying like this: you can have your own. You just if that's what you need, because for having to have the pressure of being that kind of that conduit for bad for just people just bringing constant chaos to you. That ain't what's up. That ain't never what's up, bro. That ain't never what's up. Not now. Because if the incentives in the day was then they are different. They're different now. But it's not. Because in reality, we're still, as men in certain type of situations, we're still expected to keep that kind of old school, desensitized, unemotional, don't let it get to you, let it roll off on you kind of thing that we've been complaining about men doing for all these years. So let's send us back into the same game with the same rules. I mean, let's send us back to go play the same game but with different rules this time and expect us to keep playing the same. That's like asking the old Celtics to come beat the new Celtics. You know, get their ass straight. They gonna get their ass straight.
Right. And that's
That
my
team,
inflation theory.
right? But that's not. I wouldn't ask that team to compete with them. That's crazy as hell. That's why you can't come. That's why you can't. That's why when you do shit like that, you can't never compare eras. But we trying to find this balance of old school way of thinking with new school mentality. No, I think it's more like we just taking paint buckets and throwing the shit up against the wall, calling it abstract paint. But we asking for a color book though. We asking for a coloring book. We asking for a coloring book. But when we get the coloring book, we just take some paint and throw it on the wall. You're doing the exact opposite of what you even trying to accomplish. You want lines and structure, but then you just throw paint on the wall. I'd
Yes.
rather if you telling me I'm cool. I'm cool. That I'm not saying the end is nigh. If you want to do that, cool. If you I seen something the other day, man. You don't get no brownie points for putting up with people bullshit. Like you don't get no brownie points for dealing with people drama in a relationship. There ain't no equity in that. Ain't no gold medal. Ain't no star. None of that shit. So, but we all want to be compensated for the things that we do. So we want to be compensated for everything else we do in life except for loving the person that we love on, loving who we love. It's crazy as hell how we get with people and we I mean, we play blind to the fact that we can't ask the person we with for the same thing. Like we can't act, like we can't expect them to be a certain type of way or ask them to do something. Is I don't know, man. I'm going off on some other shit, but that's just kind of my stance on it. That's just kind of my stance on it, man. It's
I hear
like
you. I hear you.
cause we getting to the point to where it's like, yeah, because we know what this is about. Like I get the idea and the metaphor and the theory, like how chaos brings order. You know what I'm saying? We was talking about that before, like the trauma circle.
Hmm.
How you know what I'm saying? Chaos, but okay. But here's the part that people missing, right? Chaos does come from people being um weary, people being injustice, right? Chaos can come from injustice. Chaos can cause order. You know what I'm saying? But the unfortunate part is that people think that it's just like a crescent moon when it's a circle, because too much order for too long makes people disgruntled. See, the objective that we're trying to paint, that we're trying to get to, is that we just gonna stop at order. And once order is established, everything's gonna be fine, and we're not gonna need to go past that. But the bad part about it is once order is established, from there, there's always gonna be somebody that disagree. Now, what if that person is the one singular fucking person? One singular fucking person continuing to just mess up the whole thing for everybody. That's not okay. That's not okay for no structure. Because that one person who's able to create the chaos in turn has way more power than the person creating the structure. The power to destroy way out far weights the power to build. That's why we are where we are now, because we are getting destroyed faster than we can build. Bombs come in and blow up faster than buildings can go up. And if we constantly dropping bombs and constantly dropping bombs and constantly dropping bombs, ain't no way in fuck we gonna be able to build on that fucking land. I'm not finna get to half a building and some broad just come by and drop a goddamn building a bomb on my building. The fuck? Nope.
Man, I hear you. I hear you. And I'm not gonna say you wrong. It's just we just got a disagreement.
That's cool. Yeah. Hey, that's
Yeah,
cool.
yeah. We just disagree. I know. I see what you're saying about the circle. I believe in that. There's this term called, what is it, Ouroboros? I don't know. It's a snake eating its tail.
Oral. What?
Ouroboros. It's like
Oral.
Ourobous.
Speaking
It's a
of.
snake eating its tail. Calm down. Snake eating its tail.
Speaking of.
But I think that's life. A snake eating its tail. And I think the chaos leads to order. The order leads to chaos. That's the circle. That's the circle of life. The circle of life is that. It's the perpetual turning of energy. To balance that out, I do believe there have been some things that have been discovered that people have figured out over time. Like you can look at it on anything that I see persist on micro and macro, cross cultural. I start to see as truths. People need 5 positives to every 1 negative to maintain a healthy relationship. If you're dealing with something and you start having more negative experiences than positive, you're going to have a problem. And most of us can even operate at a deficit, like you said about the whole reciprocation the other day. I don't even need it to be 1 for 1, but I got to get something back. That's how, for me, most love is. Most love is sacrificial, but most love does not want to be unrequited. Most love does not want to pour itself 100% completely into the positive and never receive anything back. The way I used to say it to my nephew, and why did I get it signed out of iCloud just now? While I'm sitting there looking at the note. Give me a second to sign back in. But with my nephew, I say my nephew especially, I could pour out to him like, and I did it in values of money because we know money. If I gave out $100 to my nephew, eventually I need to get 5 back. It ain't got to be 20. It ain't got to be 50. It'll never have to be 100. But every now and then, toss me a 5 just to let me know you there. Just let me know you care. I think love is a sacrificial principle. willing, because I'm willing. Anything I'm willing to give, like to my nephew, who is my nephew and my deceased grandmother, so it's not practical application. My nephew is somebody who I could sacrifice the most for without expecting anything in return, which I think is love. For me, love is being able to sacrifice without expecting anything in return. So I don't look for anything back from him. But the relationship, like the love wants nothing in return. The love, I just want you to be happy. I want you to be good. I want you to be healthy. But the relationship with my ego, the Rashawn, who believes he has value too, you gonna toss a 5 back. If I done sent you 100 over the last month, year, decade, I need a 5 back. Just off GP, off general principles. Toss me something back. I have that. I carry that with me everywhere. The same with I've done it with the chat. I do it with streaming. Everything, no matter what I'm pouring out. If I'm pouring it out, I'm willing to pour it out with no return. To the point that nothing ever comes back. Because when I see that nothing ever comes back, I know the relationship has died. Because you don't care. Which is okay. I can walk away. I can take my time, my energy, my love, and direct it somewhere else where it bears fruit. Again, I'm a person that, I'm not a Christian, but I believe in biblical principles. If no fruit is ever born from the tree, then it's dead. Now, excuse me. Again, if I'm pouring a lot and if very little fruit comes from it, it's not dead. It just may have a lot of strain. It may have really harsh conditions. There may be any number of things that's preventing the fruit from bearing itself to its fullest, which means there may be work I need to do. It may be something in the conditions of the soil. It could be anything. It may be beyond my control. But if there is no return, to me, the relationship is dead. But the love, like we talked about with boundaries, is for me. The love is my outpouring. The love is my demonstration. The love is my choice. The love is regardless of the reaction. It doesn't like they talk about unrequited love. I love somebody, but they don't love me back. There are people that can spend their entire lives like that. Their entire lives in deferential, submissive, giving, service-oriented, never expecting love. I'm cool with that. But that's why I separate love from relationship. Because relationship is relationship to my ego. Relationship to my sense of self. My sense of self requires some level of reciprocity. I'm never going to believe I'm deserving of nothing in return. I have too high of a value that I place on myself for my ego to accept that. I simply rather for myself than for another to have take away what he gave to me. I know the pain that I showed her was mine, and it took me a while to understand that. Yeah, it's equity. And that if one expects people to provide a certain degree of space for their BS too, yep. Mrs. She said in the building, hello, good to see you. Love is in need of love today. Facts. What's up, B9 Nizzle in the building? Hello. We're going down a rabbit hole. We started with boundaries, but we didn't get too far. We done veered off, but I'm enjoying the conversation. Love can be sustaining if it's not reduced to being just a person, yes, but a resource in our minds and emotions that can be tapped into at all times. Just as water isn't reduced to being a bucket only. Facts. I agree. But now I hear everything you're saying. And going back to the chaos principle, if somebody, I'll say it like this. You're not wrong in identifying what you're identifying. That's not where you're wrong, or where I disagree at. People are bringing chaos, unnecessary chaos, extraordinary amounts of chaos, and also calling it something positive, and also checking you for trying to check the chaos. All of those are true dimensions of relationships today. Where I diverge is I say I see that the society is breeding that. The society is cultivating that. The society is pushing that. The society is feeding that narrative into people's minds. It's in music, it's in television, it's everywhere. So I know the people are not choosing it of their own volition. They're not waking up, getting to adulthood, and then somebody says, hey, do you want to be an asshole or do you want to be a human? And like, I want to be an asshole. That's not the way it's working. From a child, they are getting this indoctrination of assholity, assholeness, dickfacity, whatever you want to call it. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of that going on from even to the media, for child media, the cartoons, the Disney Channel stuff, to comic books. There's a lot to movies. All is being bred into people from a young age, and at that point, it's not a choice. To the point that you never had an oppositional thought placed in your head. Everything was in this vein of me, I, iPhone, personalization, microwave, all of the stuff we've talked about. If somebody has seen that from the child, if that's what they were raised up, if raise a child and they in the way they should go and they shall not depart from it, that also means if I raise them in the method of selfishness and narcissism and psychopathy and apathy, if I raise them in this, they're going to stay there until something disrupts that. Only thing I know that will disrupt that is love. But unfortunately, I have a hard time placing the blame on men and women for their conditions when I know that they were raised like this. Mm-hmm. And they were raised like this because of that inflation that I talked about. Their parents did not, and their grandparents and their village, their communities were so broken and disheveled that there was no way for them to impart all of the character and morals and values that the prior generations might have had, in spite of all the failings that those generations still had. Nothing's going to stop the failings of human nature, no matter how much value you pour into them. That's baked into the Bible.
Right.
Even the man that was after God's own heart had somebody killed so he could take his wife. So there's no way around the depravity of a human. But you can have a level of decency or expectancy in society based upon what we carrot and stick away. We either incentivize positive behavior or we punish bad behavior. But that requires the authority to wield a stick, which we don't have. Or the incentive to offer to give people the want to better behavior, which we also don't have the incentive. And we hear that in the language. Y'all don't make enough money. Y'all broke. Y'all dusty. Y'all this. Y'all that. So we don't have the incentive. And if we say something, why you doing like this? What you gonna do? What you gonna do is saying you don't have a stick. Nigga, you ain't got no stick. What you gonna do? What are you gonna do with saying you don't have a stick? So everybody's acknowledging with different language that we have no mechanisms to correct the behavior that's out here. Everybody knows it. We just don't say those specific words. It prevents us from being hopeless, which I'm not mad at. People need to be able to hope. I'm not fighting that. But with that inability to correct or to incentivize, we now need to think and strategize. Well, how can we get a stick? Or what kind of incentives can we offer? Go ahead.
So you get your stick. You train. You get the ability to wield the stick. And then somebody come challenge you. And you show them that you got the ability. And they concede. And then they decide to challenge you again. And you wield your stick. And they concede. And then they challenge you again.
Yeah.
You know, at some point. At some point. I'll just say somebody is going to have to be smart enough to stop that cycle instead of trying to embrace it as in if there's some grand lesson to be learned behind this. There's no achievement. Like there's no benefit from that. It sounds good. Oh yeah, I know. No, you don't, because you don't know the other parts. All you've learned is that one move. So it's just like but I do want. I know you got to get to your. I know you got to get to your what's name.
It's been 2 hours and I'm not even into it. So I mean, we may as well just keep rocking. I mean, otherwise it'd be another 2 hours. So we may as well keep rocking. Yeah, I promise you, I have not touched any of my stuff. I asked three questions. I promise. I wish I could show this to you. I wish I
Yeah,
could
I
show this to you.
understand. But
I would
now
say,
I understand. I do understand this though. I do understand this, and this is where I want to make sure I kind of get what you're saying.
mm-hmm.
If if there's no if there's no want to try to achieve those skills, then the problem may not never get solved at this point.
and and to your point, solved is a fallacy of thinking.
I know.
Because see, like you said, even if we get the stick, that means we have to permanently wield the stick. If we have the incentive, that means we have to permanently maintain the ability to offer an incentive. There is no time where we get to set down work. So either the work is what we're doing now and trying to survival, where we don't have a carrot, we don't have a stick, we're trying to maintain in spite of not having a carrot and a stick. That's survival. We're under occupation, so to speak, and trying to live under occupation. Or we can gain a carrot and a stick, which are tools, mechanisms. We can gain some agency. We can gain some skill. And then we employ those skills to create closer to the ideal version of the life we want. So either it's trying to survive under somebody else's vision of the life that we're going to have, or it's shaping our own. No matter which way we're going to live, we're going to work, and we're going to die. There's no way out of that. Live, work, die. Now, the work is either going to be oriented towards what somebody else wants for your life, because you're subjugated and under occupation, or you take some stuff under your own agency and you wield the stick. There's this quote, and I don't know who said it: the price of freedom is eternal vigilance. Which means, yes, if you get the stick and you're free, and you get to control stuff, now you've got to always be on guard for that chaos that you said. Chaos is going to creep up. Somebody's going to test you. What you say about being a big dude?
Yeah.
You think that being a big dude means that you got it easy. No.
Yeah, you don't.
Being at the top means that everybody's gunning for you.
Right.
That's not the way it is. Everybody dumps on the person at the bottom, but everybody targets the person on the top. Nobody wants to be in the middle. Nobody wants to be at the bottom, but they get forced there. Everybody wants to be on top. So if you got the stick, if you got the incentive, everybody's gunning for you. If you all of a sudden made money, you'd have to question every woman that wanted to be with you. You just want to be with me because I got money. Then if you was like an authoritarian, a dictator, and you got a big stick, you'd have to wonder if everybody respected you or if they were afraid of you. There is no place where life stops lifing. There is no place where you get to be comfortable. There is no place where you're done working. It's just which work do you want to provide? Choose. What did Kevin Samuels say? Pick a struggle. We got to pick a struggle. Now we can stay in this poverty, disempowered victim struggle, and we'll still live and die there. And I'm not saying there's any more or less value there. That's just a reality. People lived and died as slaves. That's an existence. People lived and died as kings. That's an existence. I'm not saying there's more or less worth in any domain of life. I'm just saying that each individual has to strive towards the area that they are willing to put the work into. Relationships are one of those. Do you want to have power in your relationship? Which is going back to boundaries. Is the carrot and the stick. Hey, I don't want this. Do I have the stick enough to maintain my boundaries? And is the relationship enough of a carrot that the person will respect the boundaries?
Well, my
Go ahead, Brother
brother,
Alpha.
my brother Rashawn, I'm here to tell you that I shall not let my people live in a fallacy anymore. We are here for solutions. And within these solutions, we shall not lie to each other anymore. Let us not bring each other down with this unnecessary means of control. Because to say if you want to gain power within your relationship is essentially what you called yourself, my brother Rashawn, a fallacy. Now, how in your good nature, as a wise thinking, all-knowing black man, very, very, very conscious black man, to tell other people to knowingly walk into fallacies, my brother, walk into the lie. Well, no, I'm here to tell you, live in your truth, my brother. Live within yours. Be in you, who you supposed to be for you at all your time. Say no to the fallacy, my brother.
Man, right. Who are these niggas? This dude went full red pill, brother, brother impolite. But nah, this dude,
Brother,
nah, I'm
brother,
telling,
brother, genuinely decent. Not brother Paul Lyon. Just brother
brother
genuinely decent.
genuinely decent. Nah, what I'm saying is it's not a fallacy. See, power is a fact of life. The fact that you were able to drop me down earlier, that was power. And the fact that I could do the same is power. We have equal power in the ability to remove each other. If you did not have equal power, you would not have tried to remove me from the situation. Like earlier, whatever, I can't even remember what was said. It was a joke, but you removed me. Like you said, okay, I will not participate in this type of conversation from Rashawn, so I'm removing him. That was the enforcement of a boundary. If you did not have the power to do so, it would have just been a wish. I wish I could take this nigga off the screen. I wish I could drop him down. I wish I could kick him. That's why power is not a fallacy, it's a reality. The same thing happens in our day-to-day, everyday relationships. If there's a boss at your job and you need this job, you don't have time to look for another job because you're working so hard, you ain't got time to put together a resume and a cover letter. You need this job. And if they start pressing you for something stupid, you're going to comply. Even though your boundary, your wish may be that I'm not going to put up with this. I deserve better. I respect myself too much to be disrespected like this. But I need this job. The carrot and the stick have trumped your sense of self. Which is why the power dynamics of boundaries need to be respected and understood. I wouldn't be anything without supporting myself, and also wouldn't be anything without my community. Facts, facts, facts. All transform my life. And that is the symbiosis that Pank put in the chat earlier. The individualism and the collectivism, they're both important. And because we thought we could do it by ourselves, we see a lot of people struggling because they'll move away from family, they'll move away from support systems, and they'll start to build a family, but then there's nobody there to support them emotionally or logistically. And everything's more expensive. Like the inflation does not just affect finances. The inflation affects emotions. The inflation affects the mental resources because you don't have people to lean on and ask questions to. The inflation of life has impacted all of our lives, but most of it is invisible. It's eroded our ability to enforce boundaries because we need the one person that we choose to handle the role of 20 other people. This person I choose has to be my therapist, my best friend, my lover, my sibling, my parent. They have to be everything because I've cut off everybody, because I moved to get away from everything. But what do you do at that point? Our communities are cut off. Our families are cut off. Most people don't even have friends anymore. Most people don't have 5 to 10 good friends that they spend time with. And then most of us will back it up by saying, I talk to my friend once a year, but every time I talk to him, it's just like we talked 5 minutes ago. Oh, that's all great. But that entire year, you had an entire year of emotional needs. So it's great that you two have such a deep connection that y'all can talk once a year, and it's just like y'all just finished talking 10 minutes ago. That's fantastic. Y'all have a deep, intimate connection that never seems to wane. But that entire other 364 days where you're not talking, you have the need of a confidant. You have the need of somebody that you can share things with, to offload, just to tell the burdens of your day. You need to vent. You can't keep all the pressure of life to yourself and know your partner is not the dumping ground for every negative feeling that you have. Nor are they the dumping ground for even every positive feeling that you have. Also a problem. I don't want to hear about every hobby that you have, every thought that you have. It's not okay. So when we separate ourselves so much, we expect too much of the other people, which is that inflation, that emotional inflation. Because now my love has to cover for the cost of 20 other people that you've removed from your life. My love don't spin that way. My love ain't that powerful. My love is regular love. My love is still $1. You want me to spend it like it's yen. It don't make sense. It don't convert like that. I've got the love of one person, 1-to-1. I can't be 20 people for you. And I definitely can't be your therapist clinician. I don't have the competency for that. But I can be somebody you lean on. I can't be somebody that carries you. Financially, physically, emotionally. And that goes for men and women. That's what women are saying. I can't carry a man. I can't carry him. He can lean on me from time to time. But I can't carry a guy. And I respect that. And guys are saying the same thing. Man, there's a lot of things I'm willing to do for a woman, but I can't carry. We've been trained to say that we can carry a woman financially. It's not the same anymore. We definitely cannot carry you emotionally, which is what Yella's saying. Because the emotional labor that is being asked out of that unregulated state of emotional bundle, that you've got all the conversations you're not having with your friends, all the conversations you're not having with your parents and your siblings, all those conversations you're not having with all these other people because you cut them off because you were a boss and you had to do all this stuff to become who you are. You had to separate yourself to go on this journey to discover yourself. And in that state, you separated yourself from everybody. Now you meet me, and I have to take on all of the roles for all of the people and inherit all of the conversations that you did not have in your year or two of separation to discover yourself. That's more than I can bear because I'm still a human and I'm still trying to figure out my journey. So that's the inflation that we're inflicting upon each other. So it becomes more damaging. It becomes more damaging. The same way our capitalism of the cost of everything is becoming more damaging. Where people are choosing dollars over dates. It's damaging. It's antithetical to relationship. So the way we're moving is in opposition to the things that we say we want and that everybody says that we need because we're social creatures. But capitalism is putting a spin on all of that. And until we're willing to see that all of this stuff is connected, all of it, everything we do is connected to everything else we do. There's nothing that's independent. None of it's independent. Years of emotional need. And how can you dump that on one person? How could you? How dare you? How dare you? It's not okay. But we do it because we're selfish and we don't know any other way.
I mean, this is some shameful shit.
Man, it is. It is. But we don't know any other way. But I'm going to take a real quick water break. It's been 2.5 hours. Then when I get back, we're going to try to get into the boundary stuff a little bit more. We'll see. Man, yo, we've been rocking, man. I've been enjoying this, man. I've been enjoying this. I ain't touched none of this stuff. But I'm so glad we had this conversation, man. I'm so glad we've been kicking it. So give us like, everybody, what's that? 2.5 minutes?
We appreciate you.
That what? You want to rock out?
Obviously, you got something you finna play? Yeah, I got the perfect interlude. It's from the conversation last night. So, as I spoke earlier, I said I was going to do some research for everybody. I would do our water break. You know what I'm saying? Water break in between the shots. You know what I'm saying? We gonna learn something today from our friends at ChatGPT. So let me pull up this information right here. Now, Rashawn had mentioned the struggles that we have as a people, getting to know each other, you know what I mean, and actually finding out who we are. In conversing about a couple on the date. So I want to make sure I'm bringing this up here while we are doing our water break right here. Inspired by the inspired by the podcast we watched last night, I asked ChatGPT how to properly ask for head. ChatGPT gave us 6 steps how to properly ask for head. When it comes to discussing intimate or sexual matters, it is essential to prior consent, communication, and respect. If you are seeking advice on how to communicate your desires or preference to a partner, here are some guidelines for discussing oral sex. 1. Establish trust and consent. Ensure you have a healthy, open relationship with your partner. Consent is crucial for any sexual activity. Respect your partner's boundaries and be prepared to accept their decision. Number 2, choose appropriate time and place. Find a comfortable private setting where you can open a conversation without distractions or interruptions. This allows you to focus on the discussion. So pick a quiet place. 3, use clear and respectful manner. Approach the topic with sensitivity and respect for your partner's feelings. Avoid being explicit or crude in your language, as it can be off-putting or disrespectful. Use phrases that clearly convey your desires without pressures for your partner. Number 4, express your desires without demanding. Use I statements to express your desires and preferences, such as, I really like receiving oral sex, and I would love to experience it with you if you're comfortable. This approach places emphasis on your feelings and allows your partner to make an informed decision. Number 5, be open to discussion. Give your partner an opportunity to express their thoughts and feelings about the matter. They may have questions, concerns, or their own boundaries that they want to discuss. Listening and being receptive to their input is crucial for maintaining a healthy and respectful relationship. And
There's something
finally,
wrong
number
with you.
6. And finally, number 6, respect their decision. If
Oh, shit.
if the partner declines your request, respect their boundaries and decisions. It's important to understand that everyone has a different comfort level and preference when it comes to sexual activity. Pressuring one or coercing your partner is never accepted. Remember, open communication, consent, and respect are foundations of a healthy sexual relationship. It's important to create an environment where both partners feel comfortable discussing their desires and boundaries.
Shout out to Chris Classic Take It Home podcast, man. One of the first things I see at work when I get on YouTube, how to ask for head. I mean, I consent here. I consent here. Hot yes here. All qualities I possess that allows my harem of whores to run perfectly well. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. That sounds like a wonderful position to be in. A harem of whores. Man. Sounds wonderful. I don't think we want the exact same harem, but it is what it is. But yeah, so listen. We're gonna take a turn. I think we've had a good conversation so far. I want to pull in like some of the conversation that I actually had notes for. But to start that off, there are levels of boundaries, Yella. Because you had. I wish I had that picture. You and Bree had to elaborate the picture because it was like the picture of a guy, a person, or feet standing in a circle, and that was one boundary. Then there was a further line and another line, and there was some other line off to the side. I wish I had that. I don't. I'm not even going there. What? Look at you. Look at you. Hold up. There you go. There you go. Okay. So we got this. There are levels of boundaries. Now, boundaries are to protect some part of yourself or some part of your life. Some part of your life. Some part of yourself or some part of your life. So those shoes may represent something physical, something personal, something emotional, something financial. Boundaries are to protect something that you hold precious and that you fear being damaged, hurt, lost, stolen, something of that nature. That first circle, I would say, is your core circle. The you, the self. Those are things that will probably be deal breakers to you. Things that those things that violate those boundaries, that blue rim, things that violate that blue rim are things that you're going to take the most personal. That's your most vulnerable state because it's the closest to who you are. It's going to hurt you the most, the deepest, the longest. Infidelity. Maybe maybe you burnt, the house gets burned down and you lose your precious keepsakes from your grandmother. They left you some stuff. Things like that would be in your circle because you try to protect those. You might keep them somewhere safe. You might try to keep them away from anywhere where they can get wet, damaged, burned. Those are boundaries. Things you protect, that's what you put in a boundary. But you see that yellow line further out. And you need a yellow line because some people don't need to get close enough. They don't have the level of affiliation to get towards the blue circle. They don't have the level of intimacy to get close to your core person. So they're going to be kept at a professional distance. So you got that yellow dotted line. Then you've got that green line, which is even further out away from you, which everybody pretty much can approach. That's safe for everybody to approach. Everybody can come up and give you a handshake, say hello, blah, blah, blah. That's their boundary for the general public. The yellow line is a little like a caution line. It's not too far from the green line because maybe you're a private person. So boundaries do have levels. That's important to understand. Everybody's not going to get to the same level. Everybody can't even be trusted at the same level of boundary. People don't exhibit the ability to honor you at the same level of boundary. Some people violate and you have to push their boundary out, further away from your core being, further away from the things that you care about. Some people do something or say something and you're not going to let them get close to your kids, and your kids might be those shoes. Your kids might be in that blue circle. And you're going to keep them out at that green line. Hey, you can say hey to my kids, but you're not going to be hugging up on them. They're not going to be sitting on your lap. All kinds of weird. It could be anything. It could be your money. The boundary could be your money. And maybe you'll give $1 to a bum. Maybe that's the green line. Maybe the yellow line is people asking you for money. You'll give them $5 to $25. Maybe that's your boundary. I don't give anything more than $20, $25. But that blue line, anybody that really needs a loan, like, hey, man, I need $1,500 this week. Woo! That's that blue line. So boundaries can be around anything that you want to preserve. It's not just your emotions. It's not just your mental energy. It could be money. It could be things. It could be a relationship. It could be anything. So thank you, Yella, for putting that up. So we can understand that there are different levels to boundaries. Don't be afraid. We have fresh learner kids in the Herald for those curious as well. Nah, I'm good, man. Appreciate it. I'm not trying to be a Padawan learner. I'm good. This reminds me of D.L. Hughley in the movie The Brothers. I don't even remember that. Usually, I need at least 3 feet. I mean, that's fair. There's personal distance, too. There are proximity boundaries as well. I don't like people within arm's distance. I don't like people close enough where I can feel or smell their breath. You're too close. So that's something to understand, too. Those lines are also levels of comfort based on relationship. All of those things are important to understand when we're talking about boundaries. Because people will tell you, hey, I see you and I'll tell you, matter of fact, it's a problem. You get to set your own boundaries, but I'm gonna make a silly argument to let you see how we use boundaries differently. One of the Manosphere Red Pill arguments is that women will let Pookie and Ray Ray get really close on the physical boundary. You'll let them get access to sex. And a decent guy can't get that same access. So the Pookie and Ray Ray can get physical access, sexual access deep within the boundary. They're getting straight to the boundary. They're getting straight to the blue line. And then other people feel like, hey, why don't I get that same access? Well, the boundaries, you get to choose your own boundaries. Nobody else gets to tell you or dictate to you how you set your boundaries and who you set your boundaries for. The problem is you're the one that's going to have to live with the outcomes of your boundary setting and your boundary enforcement. What if what people call boundaries are defense mechanisms rooted in fears around intimacy? Men particularly have them when it comes to one another. And that's fact conscious. All we were talking about that a little bit earlier. Boundaries are defense mechanisms rooted in fears about the loss of something, not just intimacy, but that's one of them. Absolutely. Anything that you're putting a boundary around is something that you're trying to protect. If you're trying to protect it, you're trying to defend it. Your boundary is a mechanism to defend something. You're defending something against the fear of loss. That thing may not be intimacy. It may be anything. It could be anything. It could be exposure to anything. Like sexual. Your sexual boundaries could be fear of exposure to sexual transmitted infections and diseases. So I'm not saying that I'm not making a value judgment. The fear of intimacy, I'm not making a value judgment right or wrong. That's each person's journey to make on their own. But I think we have a misunderstanding of what the boundaries are. The boundaries, actually, all boundaries are defense mechanisms rooted around the fear or aversion to something for a purpose. And that has to be understood. But when I was listening to Pank and Yella the other day, there were several statements that kind of tweaked my ear a bit. And they played some clips from a couple therapists that tweaked my ear a bit. And we're going to get to that. A boundary is a rule. You know, we got to that earlier. And, man, shoot. I know Rico probably ain't here, but he asked a couple of questions. Let me get these questions real quick. Are walls the same as... Okay, we did answer that one. How do we break group addiction to all the shit we are now hooked on? My bad, Rico. I know you probably gone, but... Man, group addiction, that's an individual process, man. Everybody's got to work on... There's no way to break addiction for groups. There's only the way to break it for individuals, which means individual attention. Individual attention and intention. Each person wants to have to break their addiction and be willing to put in the work and seek out the resources to help them. And there has to be a community of people who are willing to help. But Yella, there was a question for you. Can chaos exist within boundaries? I don't know if you stepped away.
I mean, yeah. Chaos can exist within boundaries, but the flip side of that is that boundary that chaos is always testing the boundary.
That's chaos.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Right. So it's like if you got a volatile particle and you contain it within a sphere or a metal box, it's the boundary is the box and the chaos within inside is the volatile particle. But that particle is always damaging the inside of that box. Now the outside, those outer layers are fine. The more further out layers, those are fine. But we can't deny that it's damaging the inside of that box. And that's essentially what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying?
Glad you said that. You want to finish?
Oh no, yeah, no, that's basically what I'm saying. It's like that's the kind of thing that I'm trying to avoid, because it's like we're damaging our inside to protect our outside. We're knowingly damaging our inside to protect our outside, but we know that the bigger damage is not the outside. The outside heals a lot faster than the inside does.
Yeah. And that's the thing. I'm glad you said that, because it gave me the corrosives. Corrosives have to be housed in something. Corrosive chemicals have to be housed in something. And that's the same with, like, when I made an argument a while ago about toxicity. Toxicity is not the same for everybody. The thing that makes you sick doesn't make me sick. Corrosives currently on this planet are all housed in something. And they don't corrode the something that they're placed in. Like, some corrosives do not go through glass. They corrode, like, things that are organic. Some corrosives eat through metals. Every corrosive has different properties, and they currently are held in different types of containers that either can withstand the corrosive nature of it for so long that it almost doesn't matter, or that it doesn't, like plastics and rubbers that are not affected. So what Yella's saying is, right now in relationships, men and women do not have the ability to withhold the toxicity that the other person brings to the dynamic. We're corroding each other from the inside out, which means we're not equipped, we're not built to handle what society is putting in us, which is it's a deeply flawed problem. It's a fundamental problem. We're going to seek out relationships with each other because that's our nature. We're built for a relationship with each other. But society has put so much toxicity in us that we're actually harmful. We're going to erode each other from the inside out, which is why all this vitriol, which is all this animosity, all this anger, all this spite, all of this is because we're so corrosive to each other. We're so damaging to each other. And that's my point, is we have to see that. I'm glad you said that, because it gave it simple language. We have to see that. And then we have to, before we engage in a relationship, have to build up a tolerance, because any relationship has to be understood to be with a corrosive material. So we have to have a layer of protection for ourselves to be able to house a relationship with a corrosive person, because the society is creating corrosive people. So I'm actually glad you used that language, because it made my thoughts simpler. But does that make sense? If you want a relationship, that is.
Right. Yeah. Right. Right. If you want a toxic relationship.
But society's cranking out toxic people, so you're going to have a toxic relationship.
Oh, they're asking you to deal with toxic relationship, though. You can always just be a water bottle.
And then you're going to get eroded. It's going to eat right through a water bottle.
No, you just put water in it.
Where you going to find water, Yellow?
You ever seen the people try to put gas in the water bottle? That's they remember when they was shutting down, so they was putting gas in plastic bags. That's the problem. Because they're not required. It's the toxic chemical that's being put into a certain mold. I see what you're saying. The problem is that the mold required is not strong enough to hold the toxins that's being poured in.
Right. And I'm saying we have to become strong enough, because there's no way around. The gas is the gas. The grade of the gas is the grade of the gas. What's coming out is never going to be water. You're hard pressed to find water.
Oh, so we want to be a gas can.
We're going to have to, because that's what's getting poured out. So that's the adaptation that we're going to have to. We're going to have to adapt. We're going to have to evolve to hold what's coming out.
I'm good.
If you want to be in a relationship.
I would rather just be one of them bougie ass elephant flasks. You know them the big what is it, the big flask that's supposed to, like, if you buy one, it sponsor the elephant, to say the elephants and shit. The little, see what I'm saying? Yeah, nah, I'm cool. Because then if I sign up to do, why would I sign? Here's the thing though. It's not like this is the hand that I'm dealt. Here's how this is, and I think this is okay. Now we getting somewhere. Because you're making it seem like we're just dealt the hand and we have to be a gas can.
No, you don't.
No, that's what I'm saying. Right. That's what I'm saying. That's what I've been saying.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm saying, but if you're going to take gas in, you might want to be a gas can.
But no, that's the point. That's the point. The gas is asking to get into the flask. The gas is saying they want a flask. They're not saying they want a gas can. They want a flask.
But it don't matter.
They want something that look nice. They want something that they could be carried around in. They don't want to be put in the place that they actually need to be put in, which is in a gas can stuck in either the corner of the garage or in the back of your fucking trunk, where it don't be seen until it's needed to be refilled. No, they don't want to be that, because that's what you do with toxic shit. You dispose of it. You don't keep toxins around. Ain't nobody sitting. I highly recommend, do not keep a barrel of toxic waste around in your house. These, it's not like it's Ajax, bro. They not Ajax. You know what I'm saying? They not bleach spray. You know what I'm
Oh
saying?
god.
They're not that. They are vats of toxic waste. That the same shit the Joker fell in. Okay, that don't keep that around in the house. You don't keep that around. You don't keep plutonium in the house, nigga. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you, man. I hear you.
Right.
What I'm saying, what I'm trying to say is, and I wish people could get this, because we keep trying to go back to this ideal version of life, where everybody comes out this very safe, well-adjusted, competent, capable, confident person. That's not what we get. That's not real life. Real life is people are coming out plutonium. So you need to have a plutonium collector. People come out gasoline, so you need to have a gas can. It doesn't matter what the plutonium wants. It doesn't matter what the gas can wants. If the plutonium gets into a plutonium collector, it'll fall in place. If the gas gets into a gas can, it'll fall in place. It'll realize, oh snap, I can't corrode these walls. I can't bust out. This is not a plastic bag. I'm going to have to conform because I fit here. I can learn that I'm safe here. I can't claw through the walls like I do when I corrode through most things that people try to put me in. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't, you need to be what is, you need to be for yourself. You need to, this is the boundary thing. You need to be the version of yourself that fits the environment that you find yourself in. So you set your boundaries up to allow you to operate successfully in your environment. Don't allow your environment to tell you what boundaries you should set for yourself to survive, because otherwise they'll tell you, hey, be a plastic bag. We need some plastic bags out here. Then they'll pour some gasoline in there and it's going to be dripping through. They'll pour something else in there that's going to eat right through the plastic. You cannot take cues from your environment because your environment is setting everybody to fail. That's what I mean when I talk about the capitalism. Capitalism, the environment, the culture that we have is setting people up to fail intentionally. Because if you fail, you have to purchase a solution. Oh man, he's a plastic bag. You know what he's going to have to buy? We'll provide him a gas can so that when he leaks, he's got to pay for a gas can for the fuel that he's spilling. That's what I mean by the capitalism and the culture. They want to sell you a solution to your problem. So you have to become your own solution. You have to become self-sufficient. You have to become a source of agency. Not just with tangible, even if you always depend on the job and employment, and you use that to pay rent and buy food and pay your electric bills and gas, all that stuff. You have to be a source of emotional sufficiency for yourself and your family. You have to be that, because they'll otherwise tell you, which is something that you talk about all the time, you need to go buy this other person. Pay this other person for your emotional stability. Go to therapy. Pay this person. They'll fix your emotions. And you already don't like that. So you have to have the source of emotional wellness and stability for yourself in spite of what everything around you will tell you. So I hear what you're saying. I'm just saying what you're saying feeds into what I'm saying. It's totally toxic, yes. It's unsustainable. But if we're talking perfection, it's not a reality. Everyone requires great grace because even well-intended people do wrong, whether it be intentional or unintentional facts. That's another thing people don't understand. We are all different types. And all types don't belong together. But we try to make it fit because it looks good. So boundaries shouldn't necessarily be rooted in the narrative that they are manifesting out of healthiness. Facts. Boundaries are just a thing. They're just a tool. They're a mechanism. So we should then challenge each other's boundaries. We should challenge them, but there's a respectful way. Because what people do, like Yella has an aversion to crossing boundaries. Pushing and crossing boundaries is a problem. Because you're intentionally, typically what they call it shit testing. You're intentionally shit testing somebody's boundaries. But challenge to me is safe. Challenge to me is respectful. Challenge to me is saying, well, what would you do in this situation? Challenge to me is observing what you would do and asking why you did the thing you did. I'm okay with those type of challenges. People that can't handle those type of challenges won't handle the deeper challenges of life. So yes, challenges are perfectly fine for boundaries, in my opinion. They're meant. You only put up a boundary. The only reason you put up a boundary is to cope with the challenges. The only reason you put up a wall is so that it will be able to withstand the challenge of whatever environment you're placing it in. That's the only reason you even put it up. I expect this boundary to be able to accept the challenge of the environment that I'm placing it in. I expect this fence to be able to keep my dog inside, or another dog from getting inside to my dog. You only put up a boundary because you expect it to be able to meet a challenge. Anybody that puts up a boundary that they don't want challenged, it's not a boundary. It's something else. We'd have to identify it, but it's definitely not a boundary. It's not a boundary. But, to the next point. A boundary is a rule. And I know somebody else said that earlier. A boundary is a rule. It's a limit. They're parameters. They're outlines. They can be personal. They can be social. Bree said, boundaries are for me, preserving of the self. Boundaries are for me standards I'm not willing to play with. Boundaries remind me and others that I have a right to distance myself from certain behaviors. A boundary is a rule, and some are firmer than others. We use the example of physical boundaries. Sometimes you might put up a concrete wall. It might be a wooden fence. It might be a chain link fence. It might be just a sign. Boundaries take different forms. Physical, emotional. Boundaries are not just one way. You might put up a verbal. You might put up a nonverbal. You might put something in writing. Boundaries are not just one thing. You don't erect the boundary the same way every time. If you've given somebody a boundary and they blow through it, you might give them a second boundary that's a little more firm. Boundaries are a concept, an idea that you hold within your head, and they take different forms. So I really wish that people could get a different, because people kind of feel like boundaries are like set in stone. They're not. Boundaries are in different domains of your life. We talked about physical, we talked about emotional, we talked about mental, we talked about financial. It can be with your time. People have been bothered with me as far as streaming because I don't mess around with my time. I have a boundary around my time, and it's rubbed people the wrong way. If you're late, it's a problem for me. If you're habitually late, it's a really big problem for me. If you waste 1 or 2 hours of my time, we're not getting to the conversation or the topic, it becomes a problem for me because I have a boundary where I don't like my time wasted, because there's so many more enjoyable things for me to do with my time than to waste it on something I don't enjoy. It's a boundary. I don't like to waste it. Therefore, because I respect my time, this is how boundaries bleed over to how you treat other people. If you're a reasonable human being, because I don't waste my time, I don't like to waste y'all's time. So I start when I start. Not 15, not 30, not 45, not an hour, not an hour and a half later. I start when I start. Or I communicate. Out of respect. Because I expect people to respect my boundaries, so I'm going to respect yours. And people that habitually disrespect my boundaries, they don't stick. It don't work. You don't see them. It can't happen. That's how boundaries are. You have to enforce them. But they're going to be in different domains. So you may struggle to put up in let's say a sexual boundary. Maybe you might struggle because of something you've gone through to put up a boundary when it comes to sex and intimacy. But you have a very hard line when it comes to the way people talk to you. We're people. Just because you have a really strong, hard boundary in one area doesn't mean you'll be completely competent and proficient in another way. You may struggle with it all your life. And it's probably because of something you went through as a child. Maybe you weren't allowed to speak up for yourself as a child. So it's still hard to speak up for yourself as an adult. Except for when it comes to maybe your money. Because the money means security. And security means safety and survival. It could be any number of recipes. That's why each individual person and their boundaries is specific to them. There's general understanding of boundaries, but then there's specific application. Hold up, because I want to see if, let me see. Rico had this one other question I wanted to ask, but cannot preservation of community be another form of preservation of self? That's when we were talking about the island. 2 people. Last man on earth, last woman on earth. Yes. being able to preserve and put a boundary around your community, your people, your tribe, whatever group you're trying to save, that is a version of preserving yourself because you may need them to survive. You absolutely may need the skills or talents of somebody else for your survival. So that can be a boundary. That's why a lot of us protect our team. Like Conscious said, he take care of a lot of folks. You probably protect them because they feed back into you in some kind of way. That's absolutely natural. And how can you be balanced by yourself? You must have at least two for balance, right? New growth. And shout out to you. I don't think I greeted you specifically. Hello, new growth. But yeah, I agree with you. I don't think you can be balanced by yourself. I do think you need balance at that minimum. At the minimum, two. But depending upon you're looking at it, depending upon the way you're looking at it and the circumstances, even two may not be enough. Two for a couple, but there's probably some other pillars, some other principles that are steady in that ship. I don't know if y'all are around. What you think? He probably playing Fortnite.
Nah.
If the carrot is the incentive, I know this is a minute ago. The carrot is the incentive, then what is the stick? The stick is the punishment. The stick is correction. I answered that question.
You had the question up for me to yeah, I answered that question. The boundaries question.
Yeah, we good. I just wanted to make sure I got to the questions. I know they probably dipped up out already, but I wanted to make sure I addressed them at some point because I always forget. And at the end, I don't do it, so I wanted to get through it. Boundaries protect something necessary to keep at a level in that domain. Typically, you're trying to protect something. You want to keep it at a certain level that's sufficient for you. Unfortunately, I feed them because they need to be fed, and I have the means to feed them. Okay. Hopefully they will grow from that feeding and be in a position to feed others someday. I practice charity. Okay. Now that is the agape love. Conscious did put agape love. So you're not feeding to be fed. You're not feeding for reciprocity. You're feeding just to feed. Feed my sheep, which is respectable. I totally respect that. Totally respect that. Totally respect that. A lot of times though, those people that we feed become the village which feeds us. Typically, that's a healthy, normal way because people do tend towards reciprocity, but there's a lot of jerks out here. But until they're fed, until they're satisfied, people typically don't reciprocate. That level of need and survival, it trumps a lot of other things. Boundaries are like fences, walls. I know Brother Vaughn put boundaries like walls. The issue with boundaries and walls and things like that, they keep people in just as much as they keep people out. Your boundaries can become a prison. Physical. Like if people built a fence around your house and did not put a gate in, how would you get in and out? Same thing if you have a mental or emotional boundary. If you put something without any access point, if you don't leave yourself any wiggle room, if you don't leave yourself any place for egress, for adaptability, for change, you're bound. Ideologically, you're trapped. You're in bondage to your boundary. Then who's serving who? What's serving what? These are principles that need to be considered. There should be access points that you control, like a door or a gate. Like when you have walls as a boundary, you put a door in them so that you can move in and out, and other people can move in and out as you see fit. You have a lock on it to help secure it when you don't want it accessed. Same thing with the gate. You put a latch on it when you don't want it accessed. These are principles that go from the physical, they go also into the mental and the emotional. You need to have room for people to move in and out. So let's pretend, like Yellow, I'll ask you. Let's say you have a house with a yard. You got a house. You got a yard. Front yard, backyard, curb, all that good stuff. What type of boundary will you put up at your house? And the people in the chat, what type of boundary? You have a house, you have a home, you have a structure built on land, and that land has a, a sidewalk, a curb, like the typical proto-American craftsman home. Front yard, backyard, that little sidewalk, and that little curb strip of grass, and then the curb that goes to the street. That's your lot. What kind of boundaries would you put up on that lot for that home?
I'm building a moat. I'm putting a moat right around my house. They got a big ass circle, and I'm gonna get one of them chain bridge gates that let down, and I'm gonna have some dude with a hunchback and one big ass eye and one little eye named Igor outside who turn the thing and shit and let the gate. That's what I'm gonna build.
This dude.
I mean,
now it's gonna be a little impractical at the average American home. You know what I'm saying? But that's what you would build. That's cool. That's cool. It's elaborate.
I mean, yeah. It's a lot. It's a lot, but that's kind of what. But like your basic fence. You know what I'm saying? You have like your basic wood fence. I ain't really with the white picket joint, but like I like a nice stained wood fence. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on. Yeah.
But yeah, I'm like, or I ain't a fan of the metal ones with the spikes on the end, just in case I gotta like get over the top of that motherfucker real quick. But yeah.
Just don't trespass on my property and take my belongings, because then you are subjected to my wrath too. But how are you gonna protect your belongings? What kind of boundary would you erect to protect like you said, don't take my belongings? You're gonna protect your belongings. How? What kind of protections are you gonna put up? Like forget money.
A 357 boundary.
Take Yellow's example. Forget money. Forget the reality. You've got stuff that you want to protect. You have people that you want to protect. What kind of boundary would you put up? If you could just choose it, you could magically manifest your best boundary to protect what you want, the people you love. See, we want the WandaVision hex security system, sex security system. It's a lot too.
Shout out to the WandaVision reference, y'all. Shout out to WandaVision reference.
Yeah.
Look, if it's protecting your goods, and like I said, you're gonna have to get a 357 boundary, a desert boundary, a boundary eagle, a 9mm boundary.
This dude. 40 boundary.
I'm just saying.
40 caliber.
Yeah.
This dude. But that's what people need to think about. Like, what is sufficient for the things that you're trying to protect? How important is it to you? How important is it to you? If your body is your temple and it's important, how well are you protecting it? If your mind is important, how well are you protecting it? If your spirit is important, how well are you protecting it? If your money is important, if your time is important, if your energy is important, if your children are important, if your job, how are you protecting these things? What kind of boundaries are you placing intentionally, with intent, to protect the things that you say that you value? Gunline boss.
Man, that's a hell of a boundary. That's a hell of a boundary right there. You got to set the gunline boundary.
Yeah. But what about stuff you can't use a gun for? What about if it's your time?
Metaphorical force. Metaphorical force.
Do you want to use a gun for everything, though?
I mean, sometimes a hammer can hit a nail. Sometimes a hammer can hit a head. Swing the hammer and hope for the best. No, I'm stopping. But
somebody ate your lunch at work. They took it out the fridge. It had your name on it. Yellow.
Now, see, me, I'm probably bash your head into the fridge. But that's me, though. Like, why would you eat my food? My food, dog. The thing that I brought to eat so I can have something to eat so I don't be... Yeah, that. But then, if it was a burrito that I bought and I really wanted it, and one of my coworkers ate it, that's probably how I would react. But if my girl ate it, I would just have to like.
You got to eat that loss.
I
Can't eat
mean,
the burrito. You gonna eat that loss.
I mean,
I know.
that
Yeah, I know what you think. You gonna eat something else. I know what you're thinking.
something about burrito getting ate. Goddamn.
I can't stand you, man. I can't stand you. I mean, but that's the kind of thought that we need to put into boundaries. Like, we use that word so loosely. We need to be able to translate it the same way we do like physical protection and stuff. Emotional protection too, financial, time, all that stuff. How are you protecting these things? What efforts are you putting into it? And then what will be the response if it's violated? When somebody does eat your burrito, Yella's gonna bash their head against the fridge. Okay, now somebody ate. Now what? Do you keep putting burritos in there when they've kept taking your burritos after they stole one? You gonna do it again?
You probably
Hey.
don't. Put your. Oh no, I'm just gonna go. No, see, it's different because that type of the coworker ate my food out of malice for their own need. Right? It might not have been intentional for me to hurt me. You might have been hungry. You didn't know that I had saved that burrito to eat that. You didn't know, right? She knew. She knew. And I'm not going to say nothing. I'm going to get revenge. I promise every snack you put in everything you put in there that you say, I'm going to eat that shit. I don't care if it make my stomach hurt. I'm going to eat that shit. I promise you're going to be like, where my pizza going? I'm going to sit there like, because I'm going to get revenge. And that's why I don't like that kind of hurt. Because I want revenge for that type of hurt. And that shouldn't be the feeling that you have.
The bully's back.
Why wouldn't I say don't eat my stuff? Because you seen me eat it. Did you bat a damn burrito? Did you eat half of it? No, I ate half of it. So as soon as I see you, because y'all know women don't like to eat finished shit. They good for trying to push some shama. Go ahead and put that cheesecake up. I'm gonna look at that cheesecake like your soul is mine.
How dare you?
How dare you? I promise I'm gonna eat the whole refrigerator. She ain't gonna have nothing to eat. Never again.
Man,
Nah,
interesting.
Fuck,
I
that's
see
just the judgmentalness
thing.
that just
Man,
judgy much? Judgy McJudge face?
yeah. With boundaries though, like your yard, like the yard that you envision with your house, because you have neighbors. You live on the street. You live on a block. You live in a block inside of a city. You're gonna have border issues. People are going to say that something crossed over into my yard. Your tree that's in your yard is dropping leaves on my side, and I've got to rake and bag those. It's causing me effort. It's causing me problems. It's dropping fruit on my side, and now I've got to clean it up before it draws pests. Your boundaries do not encompass everything in life. There is no 100% boundary, and people keep talking like it is. But I might play some of those clips. Boundaries are not perfect. Boundaries are not flawless. Boundaries allow for spillage, and you have to account for that. Listen, nicer than me, I'm eating everything and leaving to come back with some takeout with nothing for her. Okay, well, it's kind of messed up. I don't believe. You know what, Apex? I don't even believe that. I don't even believe. You almost got me. You almost had me. You had me in the first half. Nah, you wouldn't do that. You wouldn't do that. You didn't play any videos? Nah, not yet. Me and Yella talked for about 2.5 hours without actually. Yeah, me and Yella talked for 2.5 hours and never got to my stuff. I'm just now starting. Essentially, it's ridiculous. Boundaries because me and Bree be talking about attachment styles. Boundaries are formed in childhood. A lot of your boundaries are formed. What you are and are not allowed to ask for and expect from other people are formed in your childhood. You're not allowed to talk back. Family over everything. So you deal with family longer than you should because they're unhealthy, but they told you. Blood is thicker than water. This, that, and the other. That's how you get your boundaries formed. Do you gotta, hug people that you don't want to hug? Do you gotta say things or do things you don't want to do? Do you gotta clear your plate? Your boundaries. Is your body yours? Is your time yours? That gets set when you're a child. All those imprints get set when you are a child. You said her name? Pank. My bad. Pank. 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 Sorry, Pank. 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 Boundaries. I ate. So I'm Brie again? Okay. Cool. Sweet. I did it to an ex, but the wife, I don't know. She's so sweet. That's what I'm saying. You couldn't do that. Pineapples. You couldn't do it. You couldn't do it. I know it. Couldn't possibly. They have to be negotiated. Boundaries have to be negotiated. If you are in a relationship with somebody of which you have equal leverage, equal power, boundaries have to be negotiated. Because you're, especially romantic relationships where you're both at will, you're both there at your own choosing. Boundaries have to be negotiated and refined, because you're going to test those boundaries. Like Conscious said, the boundaries should be challenged. Yeah, you're going to challenge the boundaries, and you may need to move them. Nah, that's not where I need that. I may need to further out, or I don't need as much room as I thought I did. You're going to negotiate and test the boundaries because they impact each other. Both partners have boundaries, and you're going to negotiate where the lines are drawn so that everybody has the space that is adequate for them. Another human being is a part of the relationship, and that person is not you. So your boundary is not just for yourself, because another person has to honor that. So we have to consider that our boundaries are applied to other people who are not us. That needs to be a consideration. If you want to be in a romantic relationship with somebody, you need to consider that what you're saying you won't tolerate or will tolerate, it applies to another human being. And you're saying, I'm going to enforce that on you. That needs to be a thought. Why can't boundaries be respected first and find a way to negotiate? Yeah, I mean, you're going to bump in. You may respect people's boundaries. You may respect people's boundaries, but you may not be aware of all of them. And sometimes people put up a boundary after somebody crossed into a place that made them feel uncomfortable. Because again, boundaries are to protect something. You may not have known to protect something until you felt it threatened, until you felt vulnerable. And as you go further into a relationship, more and more things are going to be exposed that threaten you and that make you feel vulnerable. So it's important that we don't feel so rigid about boundaries. That, I set a boundary at the beginning of the relationship and da-da-da-da-da. No, that's not how relationships work. People change. Situations change. So your boundaries also should move. If you feel the exact same level of threat over like me eating your burrito at 3 months, because maybe at 3 months if I eat your burrito, you think I'm a thief. 3 years? If you think I won't replace your burrito, we have a whole problem. So the boundary about me eating your burrito should have shifted, because after 3 years, I'm going to go and get you a fresh burrito if I ate your burrito. Or I'm going to go get you something different because you didn't want the burrito anyway, because that's why it was sitting in the fridge. Relationships should change the way your boundaries and dynamics move. Like time should change some of this stuff. So when people are saying they got the exact same boundaries and they don't move, that's a red flag. Something's going on. Why? They have to be communicated for sure, especially when a new one is unlocked. Facts. Unfortunately, things like don't hit people, don't put your hands on people, especially out of anger. Sometimes that has to be communicated too, because some people grew up in homes where violence was normal or play fighting was normal. You cannot assume what the other person is used to as far as boundaries. You don't know what their norms and customs are from their family. You don't know what their dynamics are until you investigate and until you live with, until you sit with the person long enough to have experienced them. And like, oh man, they kind of operate differently. That's weird. That's strange. Fella, don't leave your drawers on the floor as a boundary. And that might be. And then you might get with a woman that throws her bra everywhere. You don't know. You really don't know until you get into the relationship. Bravo with Sheila Network. Hello. Good to see you. I've been listening to Bravo with Sheila. I love her perspective on some things, so I definitely need to listen to some more. So Bravo with Sheila, and I know she did one with Dr. Nakumbe. Those are two people who are both like in the therapist counseling lane, who I like to listen to. So anybody that's looking like to listen to therapist counseling content from somebody who actually practices or has practiced, I would definitely drop a link. Not drop a link. If I could, I take the time right. I could take the time. I could, and I can, and I will. I'm gonna drop the link for Bravo with Sheila Network. If you can click on her name, do. But if not, I'm definitely going to drop her link. Give me a second. One thing I really love about is her delivery and her energy. So there's a lot of people who are counselors, clinicians, and when they talk, they're, you know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to shade myself, but they get a little dry like I do. But Bravo with Sheila Network, she keeps the energy up in her presentation. So I definitely enjoyed the way she brings the content. And I learned something. I've only seen about 3 videos, and I learned something each time. There were the 4 dispositions, or it might have been the temperaments. Either way, that was a new train of thought in psychology that I had never seen or heard before in 43 years. That's crazy to me. So I love people I can learn from. So again, thank you for being you. Thank you for sharing your content and your knowledge. And again, thank you for Anae for sharing her content with me. So I love people that I can learn from. So shout out to Bravo with Sheila Network. Please go over there, subscribe, check her content out. And I did it from my Rashawn. I just did it from my Critically Drinking. I guess I hadn't done it from both accounts. Welcome back, Yella.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, Tyler, but good. Her energy is dope. In my language, her energy is dope. Let's see. Next thing, boundaries. Boundaries hold ground for you within a relationship dynamic. So when people say, when they use that sentence, like, boundaries are for you. Yeah, they are for you, but they are also for others. But this is what they mean when they say they're for you. Boundaries hold space for the person that you see yourself as within the relationship dynamic. So like when we talked about that whole Jonah Hill thing, that lady says she surfed, and he's like, man, you can't surf with dudes, you can't take pictures in bikinis out of it. Well, if she sees herself as a surfer, if she surfs routinely and she teaches surfing,
Right.
asking her to not do that, she has to hold space for her. She sees herself as a surfer. She's a part of surf culture. So that boundary has to be, she has to hold a boundary for herself. Like, I can't let anybody take away my space to be who I am. That's how the boundary serves you. It allows you to be who you are. It allows you to show up in the relationship full and authentic. That's what the boundary should allow you to do. When people say boundary is for you, that's what it's supposed to allow. It's supposed to allow room for you. The boundary is for others because it allows them to be in relationship with you in your fullness. They affect others for sure. So that's why when I was pushing back on boundaries are for you, they're not exclusively for you. Because if you're willing to cut people off because they violate your boundary, that's not for them. They don't want that. They want to be in relationship with you. So if you're cutting them off because they violate a boundary and you say, hey, this is for you, it's like this hurts me way more than it hurts you. That's a fallacy. You've adopted some faulty thinking because you're taking away the thing that they want. So we have to be honest enough to say, like, no, the boundary serves both of us. Me, because it allows me to be me, and you, because it allows you to interact with me in a safe way that allows both of us to be seen, heard, felt, understood, all of that. So boundaries are important for both of us. What's up, Quantum? How you doing? How you doing? That's why I think boundaries are important. Let me see where we at. Now, I don't have any Venn diagrams up. Yeah, respect my fullness. Respect my fullness. Absolutely. Boundaries can be like a Venn diagram as well, where you have yours, I have mine, but where they overlap, we have our own boundaries. We have our boundaries. So even like me, Yella's up here. I have my own personal boundaries. Yella has his own personal boundaries. But then when me and him both interacting with each other, got turn these. Let me turn the names off so I can see that. I can't stand this dude. Boom. Are you threatening me? When me and him are hanging out together, we have a shared sense of boundaries where they blend, where they overlap, where I may give ground because he's present, he may give ground because I'm present. So it's not neither of our boundaries together. It's a new boundary set by the both of us being present in the same space. So we need to understand that as well. It's like you have your boundaries, but if you have kids, you have a different set of boundaries when your kids are present. And if you have a husband or wife, then when they're present, the boundaries shift again. The boundaries change based upon the dynamics of the relationships that are present. So they're not one thing. It's not just one thing. I cut people off. When I just can't take no more BS, it takes a while, but when it happens, I'm a ghost. That's a lot of people. And see, the only reason I wanted to speak on this is because what a lot of people do, boundary management for them, is as soon as anybody does anything slightly offensive, everybody cuts off. Everybody's a ghost. We throw away everybody. So we never develop any friendships, relationships, associations, work. We don't develop anything because so many people throw away everybody so quickly. So there's a place between, and I'm not saying that's what you're saying, Quantum. I'm not accusing you of that. I'm saying there's a culture of throwing everybody away as soon as there's anything slightly inconvenient. Then there's the culture of staying no matter what. You just got to stick through. You got to stick with it. You got to stay in there. Hang in there. And I'm saying that balance is somewhere in between. Somewhere in between. You'll land somewhere in between based upon your temperament. Maybe you're like 40% towards stay, 40% towards whatever. Maybe you're 50-50. Everybody's got to calibrate that for themselves. How much stick-to-itiveness they have. Plus, they don't want to be so flighty. They don't want to jump in and out of everything, but you do want to be able to stick through something. You have to have some level of resilience, but you also have to be able to let go of things that are no longer serving anybody that's in a relationship. So both things are true, but you have to find your specific calibration of those two dynamics. I thought Jonah was wrong about the bikini thing for sure, because she was a surfer whole time. She a surfer. But then I looked up surfing competitions. It's very rare female surfers wear bikinis. What? I did not do any background, but it just seemed to me that somebody that surfs might be wearing bikinis and take pictures in bikinis, but I don't know the full dynamic. No middle ground. Facts. It takes a while, but each person has their limit. Facts. And the stay and stick ones usually suffer. Everybody's going to suffer. Everybody got to pick their suffrage. It's Quantum's world. We're just living in it. That's one perspective. That's one perspective. Man, now listen. For my biblical people, another way to look at boundaries is like the 10 Commandments. The rules. They are boundaries that try to keep you, man, look, where are you going? Boundaries that try to keep you from violating something, somebody, or someone. Man, you quit playing around. you should have boundaries.
I mean, you said this was for the biblical people, so I figure I just, I watch from the corner.
Let's put him in the corner. Here we go. And he's watching from the corner. All right. So just a biblical understanding of boundaries are like the 10 Commandments. There are a lot of commandments, but those are boundaries. Those are rules that keep you from violating something, someone, a principle, an idea, a person. You should have boundaries within yourself and maintain and enforce those boundaries for yourself. Like, I am so desperately trying to maintain the boundary of not buying sugar to drink. It's a boundary. I'm trying to quit violating my body with this sugary drink, but I love it. I love it so much. But it's a boundary that I'm trying to set for myself, for my own protection. But it's difficult. What script we reading from? My own. Depending on climate, women who surf usually wear a top, wetsuit, shirt, and big. I didn't even think about that. A wetsuit.
Yeah,
Somebody did say something about a wetsuit.
that's what I was saying yesterday. I was
Yeah,
saying
it was
like
you. Okay.
I was saying like 9 times out of 10 in competition they'll have like swimsuit bottoms and maybe like they'll have a wetsuit top like full sleeve, but then they'll have like maybe a swimsuit bottom. It ain't gonna be like a bikini bottom. It'll be like a swimsuit bottom, or they'll have on like the full on wetsuit. But it ain't like they just out there and you know what I'm saying. I mean, it's a little cheekage, but there's cheeks out and then there's cheeks out. You know what I'm saying?
Pank
But
said it
she
was her.
also, yeah, it was.
I said.
I mean, hey, look. You also said don't mention you. Pick a struggle. If you don't want to be mentioned, I'm gonna take the credit for it. Goddamn.
I said they wear wetsuits.
You wasn't there allegedly. What you mean?
He don't like the way the swimsuit cut. Okay, that's interesting.
I mean, now, hey, look, I've seen her. I don't know how much is hanging out that would even make him be offended. I think it was more or less him being around the dudes. It ain't enough cheek. It ain't enough cheek hanging out to even be like, ooh. So, like, what are we even talking about?
Yeah, that was weird. But I mean, everybody's entitled to their feeling, and their feelings have to be validated for themselves. Actually, I retracted that, but you wasn't here. Ooh.
You know what? Are you threatening me?
Cause she ate. She ate, so bring it back. So we can come.
Are you threatening me?
Right, it's always a dude in proximity that brings the smoke, man. Every single time.
Are you threatening me? Any peeps? I am con Julio.
What's wrong with you, man?
Any peeps?
What's wrong with you, man? Something wrong with you. Now listen, I get this from a movie, Drumline. You have to learn to follow before you can lead. So when it comes to boundaries, you have to know how to enforce boundaries with yourself first. Like when everybody talks about self-love and self-respect, it's along the same lines that you have to learn boundaries with yourself. Apply them to yourself. Honor your own boundaries. Maintain your own boundaries. Enforce your own boundaries for you against you. Corral yourself. Self-discipline. Those are your boundaries. Because once you've done that, you know and understand boundary enforcement. You understand how possible, likely, or fair it is to ask and expect people to maintain boundaries, because you've seen how difficult it is to restrain your impulses. You've seen how difficult it is to not fall into old patterns. And then you can apply that to other people so that you're not cutting off everybody the moment they do something that makes you mildly inconvenient. Because you know how quickly it was for you to go back on your own word. You know how quickly it is you turned around and did the opposite thing. When you did the thing that violated your own principles and how you believe your character is. That allows you room for grace for other people because you followed the principles before you tried to apply them to other people. Usher around, so now you a man, you a mom. Yep. Dudes around, so now it's disrespectful. Yeah, that's what happened. The social. Oh, what was when we did that talk about the the adult, the parent, and the child. When I did that talk, and they talked about communication follows two lines. There's the social, which we all hear and understand, and then there's the psychological underneath it. The social and the psychological impacts were different on these. Like, okay, it's cool for you to be a surfer, but then psychologically he felt threatened. Same with Usher. Social, yeah, it's cool for you to go to a concert, but then psychologically you saw her dancing with another dude, and you felt threatened. Psychologically, it impacted you. And we need to sometimes be aware of what's the underlying principle to a thing. Yeah, that's how a lot of us get caught in traps. I would say cons, scams, because somebody will give us something on superficially that makes perfect sense. Why don't you help me do this? It sounds great. Yeah, that makes sense. But then psychologically, you know this person in specific, because of context, has no reason to ask you to be in this situation. I should never be alone with you, or I should never be in this situation with you, or you shouldn't be in this situation at all. There are different things that we need to understand psychologically. Why are we being put in these situations? But we fall along superficial lines, things that don't make sense. Getting into the boundaries again. Boundaries are power dynamics. We talked about that earlier. We got into it a little early, which was good. I'm glad we did. We had a good dialogue about the power dynamics. So leverage, ownership, control, autonomy, authority, all of those things affect your ability to enforce boundaries. But because we had such a lengthy dialogue about the power dynamics and how that plays with enforcement, I won't talk too much about that here. Even channels have boundaries. This channel has, we talked about Simon earlier, who got himself booted because he asked for it. It wasn't even a boundary I had, but he asked for the boundary to be enforced upon him. So now there's a boundary that he has to operate outside of, which is why he keeps adding me, which again, we talked about that a little bit earlier. That's a thing. Channels even have boundaries. YouTube has boundaries, which is why I had a couple of videos flagged. I appealed one, and they found that it did not cross their boundaries. So there are boundaries everywhere in life. Everywhere. Me, Bree, and Yella have shared boundaries together. Our individual boundaries are different. Even within, if you come to our discords are totally different, run different, operated different. Different levels of respect required for each one. Boundaries, I know this is where I had a difference of agreement with Bree. Boundaries do control and manipulate others. There's no way around it. There's no way around it. That has to be understood. And this is where I'm going to play a couple of clips from a couple of psychologists, counselors. I'm not sure what their credentials are, so I'm not sure the proper labeling of them. But I believe this is one of the things that gets lost in the language, the way we use it. Because we use manipulate and control with such negative connotation that it's always meant as to someone else's detriment. But there are two parties in a relationship. So sometimes my intent may be to do something for my benefit, but the impact is to your detriment. If I take the burrito out of the fridge, you can't eat it. So I did something for my own desire to satisfy myself, but it took something away that was available for you. But we assign negative intent to the eating of the burrito as if the eating of the burrito was meant to harm the person. So then it gets labeled, you're abusive, you're this, you're that, because I was impacted negatively. But you weren't even a consideration, which does have a negative aspect to it. But I was feeding myself, which for me is very positive. So some of the words we use have a lane that they take. They assign blame based upon intent versus impact, and nobody really parses that down when we use the language. So everybody gets labeled a narcissist, abuser, manipulative, controlling, when all in all, I was tending to my emotional needs, whether they're right or wrong. People have maladaptive emotional needs. People have emotional needs based upon insecure, or what's that other attachment style? Insecure, avoidant. You have these poor attachment styles where you're afraid of losing people, or you're afraid of looking bad. So you may make moves based upon these fear zones, these ways of being that you've practiced for 10, 20, 30, 40 years. And it has nothing to do with the partner you have. You're going to do the same thing to the next person because you haven't addressed it. You haven't touched this part of yourself which is underdeveloped or poorly developed. It may be fully developed, but in the wrong way. But it's important to understand that, because everybody wants to make it about them. So they'll call you a narcissist. They'll call you abusive when you're simply trying to do something for your own benefit. Sure, it's at their cost because you did not consider them. But that's a far cry from calling somebody abusive because they ate your burrito. They're selfish. Sure. They were looking out for themselves. We can agree to that. But some of this extra labeling that we put, I think is extra. I do think it's extra. But if I then put a boundary around my burrito, That does control and manipulate. If I put a lock on the refrigerator, that controls your access to it. If I say if you eat my burrito one more time, I'm going to quit making burritos. That is to manipulate their behavior to stop them from eating your burrito. So we have to stop acting. We have to stop acting like a boundary is not supposed to be controlling or manipulative. That's not true. Ideally, we like to say it's solely for us because, listen, if you eat my burrito, I just won't participate in a relationship. I get that, but then you're removing a relationship from somebody. So you are controlling their access to a relationship. You are manipulating their access to you based upon what you will and won't do. So at the very heart of the matter, boundaries do impose control and manipulation on the other person in the relationship. There's no way around that. So I don't like the fact that we keep trying to put it like it's just me. I'm putting a boundary and it doesn't impact you at all. There's a whole nother person there that has to be considered. You may not like the way they move, but that's another human being. And a lot of even the way they said Jonah Hill was weaponizing therapeutic language, but saying that anybody that is setting up a boundary is not manipulating and not controlling. That's not the way they're supposed to be used. That's weaponizing therapeutic language because you're taking away the essence of what it's supposed to do. It is controlling the dynamic of the relationship. It's controlling it and manipulating it to your actual benefit and comfort. And if we can't admit that, we need to quit using therapeutic language at all because we don't understand it. We don't understand the essence of it. Controlling isn't always abusive. Like people will say you need to get your kids under control. That doesn't mean you abuse them. But controls, we need to quit assigning negative language and intent and connotation to everything that we don't like. Because somebody said get your kids under control. That doesn't mean abuse them. But you do have to manipulate their behavior to get them better suited for the environment that they find themselves in. Control and manipulation are tools, tactics. The tool and tactic that you pull out determines whether it could be abusive, but it doesn't automatically make it abusive. My parameter protects me and others, and they serve. Facts. Boundaries are for me, but they do affect others. I don't think anyone believes it doesn't affect others at all. But the language that everybody is using, makes it seem like it's just for me. And if they're doing something I don't like, I just walk away. But that's the problem. You're walking away from a relationship with another human being. So it's not just for you because you're deciding the relationship outcomes for another person. So there's control and manipulation there. But nobody wants to feel like I'm doing anything that's negatively impacting them. I'm leaving because you're negatively impacting me, but I don't consider the fact that my leaving negatively impacts you. So your leaving is just as much a control and manipulation as whatever the other person was doing in the first place. But if we're not going to critically think about our own behavior, our own assumptions, our own biases, if we're not going to, we should probably quit talking about much of anything. But controlling behavior is a thing. But it's not always abusive. I would say Jonah Hill was controlling. She said he was abusive. I also don't agree with that. You don't just walk away as in leave the person. That's avoidant behavior. Yep. Let me see. I do agree with that. Boundaries control where people can go in your life. Boundaries control how much space they can take up, how much access you're willing to give them. So there's control inherent in that. There's manipulation inherent in that. Not the manipulation like we try to make it like you're trying to be sneaky. This should be direct. You're telling people directly what you will and will not tolerate. Manipulation is typically understood to be the indirect, conniving, sneaky form of communication where you're not stating your direct intention. I'm trying to clarify because that word manipulation is not just a negative connotation, a negative context. It's just a tool. Manipulation, if you style your hair, you've manipulated your hair. That's just an action. What do I want to say? your intention behind the way you manipulate, that kind of means where the connotation needs to lie, not the word itself. But I wish we would stop using these words against their definitions, because now when people use these words, they don't have any idea what they mean. And I'm going to show you some clips to show you what I'm talking about. It's not, I know Bree said they were semantics, but to me, this misapplication is why people think boundaries are just for them. And when people have them, they're toxic, because they think of them in this very binary 100, 0 to 100, black or white. They think them in a very bimodal pattern. But boundaries are a spectrum going from 100% to 0. And because people just hear, I either have a boundary or I don't, and nobody thinks about how it interplays with the other person, because we have that inability. Because of the way we use the language. If I have this, if I do this, it's toxic. If I do this, it's abusive. If I do this, then that means I can't stand up for myself. Because we've already labeled all these things like standing up for myself as abusive, because I'm just trying to have a boundary. And when I'm saying I have a boundary, you feel controlled. And when I say I have a boundary, you feel manipulated. So you react like somebody who's being abused. You react like somebody who's dealing with a narcissist. But the fact is, I'm just trying to maintain my sovereignty. I'm trying to maintain my room in the world, my room in a relationship. And unfortunately, because of the language used, what's up? The world class is in the building. Man, appreciate you for coming through, for sure. Because of the way we use the language, now people are weaponizing words like abuse and toxicity and narcissism. Because some people are just standing up for what they think they need. We can argue what they need. We can argue what it is that they want. We can argue whether they actually need it, like the dude from Kimmy and Maurice. We can argue if sex is a need. We can argue about the semantics of those type of topics. But what we should not be arguing is that somebody that sets up a boundary felt that they needed to. They felt threatened in some part of their life. And that should be validated. And they shouldn't be called an abuser because they felt threatened in some part of their life. Now, the validity of the threat is what we should investigate. But we don't do that. We automatically start labeling and name calling, which is where I feel the problem starts coming in. So having people not understand the essence of what a boundary is, and to misapply the word from professionals, that's a societal problem. Now we got so many TikTok therapists, it's definitely a problem. But I'm going to bring in the first clip, because this guy, woo! This clip right here, hold up, presents. Boom. Boundaries should be respected. And it's another thing I'm going to talk about too. A lot of times people don't know how to interpret your boundaries, because we use language so differently. Like even in this conversation, I've said the way we use words and the connotation that we put on these words, it shapes the way people perceive things. So even when you say I don't want this, if somebody sees your boundary as abuse, why would they respect it? See what I'm saying? So the definition that we carry in our mind is important, because if I say I am not willing to have this in my relationship, and you see that as controlling and manipulative and abusive and narcissistic, if that's the way you take it, there's no way you will respect it. So it's been set up for you to disrespect my boundary because you see it as me trying to be patriarchal or whatever words you associated with it. But it sets up an energy of rebellion or defiance, as opposed to understanding and collaboration. So understand the language we use is very important. People don't often even communicate boundaries. Absolutely. And we're going to talk about that too. I got that because people typically start with shaming or blaming or a lot of other stuff as opposed to communicating directly. A lot of people do the traditional connotation of manipulation as opposed to the direct, what I'm trying to say, manipulation. I'm trying to create an environment that's healthy for me directly by collaborating with you. That's manipulation in the way I'm trying to use it. But most people say I'm trying to create a healthy environment for me by costing you and not even telling you that's what I'm doing. I'm trying to be sneaky. I'm trying to go around it. I'm trying not to use the words. I'm trying to make you feel bad to get you to do what I want without telling you that's what I want. That's the unhealthy manipulation that people are typically associating with. So I'm trying to differentiate in some way. I need better language that I don't have, but I think y'all catch my drift. I'm gonna play this video real quick because this dude had me.
Boundaries are not about controlling other people. That's manipulation.
Boundaries are not about controlling other people. That's manipulation. So he's already synonymized. He's already made a synonym out of control and manipulation. And that's not what boundaries are. Now, in my thinking, boundaries are about that because you're trying to be in relationship with somebody. And you're saying in order to be in a relationship, I need you to modify your behavior, which is a manipulation. I'm trying to control your behavior so that it's suitable to be in a relationship with me. So automatically, this sets me at odds at the certain way people use clinical language.
You do get to control is their level of access to your time, resources, and energy in these 5 key areas.
Then he says, you do get to control. Again, boundaries are not controlling, but you do get to control access. So again, the language fails and betrays the principle that it is about control. Because immediately after saying it's not about control and manipulation, but you do get to control access. So it's controlling by its very nature. Go ahead, Yellow, I heard you, my bad.
No, I was just laughing. I was just laughing at how he immediately followed that up with telling you he said it's not about control, and then immediately followed it up by telling you what it controls.
Mm-hmm. And that's 10 seconds. That's 10 seconds. 10 seconds. So immediately, for me, like stuff like that, credibility, this is somebody that's not thinking. And this is, we talked about laziness of thought, laziness of action. We talked about laziness in all the domains of life earlier. This is a product of that. People are so quick to want to pump out content, they don't even go over it to listen to themselves with a different perspective. They don't ask anybody to look over it. I know I'll be failing on that part. So I had a typo in my headline, my overlay for like 6 months. But 9 seconds in, he directly contradicts what he's saying because he's going in and out of different zones of understanding and not conveying that with language because language is faulty. Language is clunky. Let me read this comment. Once expressed, boundaries should be acknowledged and respected, especially when it comes to me. I don't allow people to get comfortable crossing that line. That's what I'm talking about. Brian in the building. That's right. That's right. Would encouraging to adapt behavior feel more comfortable? I'm lacking for a turn. And see, I would just say a request. I mean, like you said, encouraging to adapt behavior. I would say a request. And if the request is not honored, you maybe not be inclined to maintain the relationship or remain in it. It's an ask. Because you can't make somebody do something without force. So it's an ask. And I'm okay with saying I'm putting an ask out here. But if it's not an ask that you can complete, I can't continue in the relationship. So it's a kind of an ultimatum ask, an ask-a-matum. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of an ask-a-matum. It's an ask, but if you don't if you don't acquiesce to the ask, I'm getting my ass out of here. You know what I'm saying? Ask, ass. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. So it's hard. I haven't developed the language. I haven't sat with it long enough to try to develop the language on my own. But I know the language we have fails when immediately a counselor within 10 seconds says it's not about controlling, but it allows you to control. So immediately there's a problem with the language. We need to develop better, clearer language because we're failing right now.
From a licensed therapist, make sure you listen to the last so you know where your power lies. First is time, how you use it and when you're available to others and for how long. For example, not taking work calls or responding to texts and emails after business hours. Second, physical.
Now, again, he says you're going to control people's access to your time. So you're controlling people's access to your time. You're controlling what they're able to do in regards to your skill, your talent. You're controlling their ability to complete their jobs because it's not within the time that you say. So you are dictating the terms of their relationship to your time. There's control. And you're doing that so that eventually they would be manipulated into honoring the time that you request, the 9 to 5. My office hours are from 9 to 5. And I'm not saying, I'm not placing a value judgment on that. I just want people to stop thinking about it as a negative. You are enforcing, you're having room for yourself. You're making room for yourself by setting the boundary. That's okay. But there's a level of power there. And people don't want to acknowledge that they are enforcing and imposing their will on other people. I'm not saying there's wrong with that imposition. You should be able to make room for yourself in this world. With your time, with your money. You should not be at everybody else's mercy. So again, I'm not trying to say that that's a wrong thing to do. I just want us to be honest about it, because people are so afraid to say we're controlling and manipulating that they're contradicting themselves in the first 9 seconds of saying, I'm a licensed clinician. How are you immediately? It's not about control, but then you can control. It's problematic.
Physical boundaries, protecting your privacy, personal space, or body. For example, declining physical touch, like when you're pressured to hug someone who you're not comfortable with. Third, financial, giving or lending money as well as granting access to your personal belongings. For example, refusing to allow someone to borrow money who you're in a close relationship with because you're not willing to be in an awkward position if they can't actually repay you. Fourth, verbal boundaries, how we communicate with others and how we're willing to be communicated with.
How we're willing to be communicated with. That's dictating to somebody else how they have to communicate to you. So again, everything I'm saying, as far as the advice he's giving, the things that you're supposed to maintain control over, the things that you're supposed to make sure you do not give away freely, cheaply, abundantly, above all that you can ask back, above your level of reciprocity depending upon the relationship, above the level that should be expected legally, or people trying to reach you after hours when it's not your work time. Boundaries are great. You should enforce those boundaries. Only thing I want is that people be honest about what we're doing, because it's impacting other people and they are going to feel a way. And we're going to talk about that in a minute.
This is not only what is said, but how it's said, such as tone, timbre, and volume of voice. Fifth, last, and certainly not least, sexual boundaries, like the disclosure of your sexual history, giving consent, and setting parameters for intimate contact. For example, go ahead and set those limits and follow through on them so you don't abandon yourself for someone else's pleasure.
And he's right. You should not completely abandon yourself unless you've made that decision to give up your wants, to sacrifice your wants and your needs. That's a choice that you should make willingly, not expecting anything in return. We talked about love and sacrifice. It should be the only time you just give it, not expecting anything in return, unless the person is giving their word that they're going to reciprocate. We can't expect things that people aren't willing to communicate. Do not expect things from people who have not said that they're going to do that. If I give you $100, it's off straight up the street. If I give you $100 straight up the street, I can't be like, hey man, but you got to get that back to me next week. I ain't never met you before. Why would you come back to me in a week and give me $100? That's an unreasonable expectation. But if me and you are always exchanging money, we've set up a dynamic. Then if we've spoken about it, now it's our word. It's about empowering yourself. Yeah, that part I agree with. The way it should empower you to hold room for yourself, make space for yourself and what you need and what your wants are, that's all great. Fine and dandy. I'm with it. My issue is the way they've tried to, and I know Yella's talked about it, the way it is kind of a one-way street. Certain people are allowed to set up boundaries, certain people are not. If one person sets up boundaries, it's abuse. If the other person sets up boundaries, it's being healthy and empowered. Word is bond. So that is a problem. One of the issues like that guy is people shift between zones of understanding. So like if I was to say, I don't even want to go out tonight. I might be having a selfish, emotional, maybe even fear-based reaction. And my very next sentence might be like, hey, Yellow, what time are we going? But I just said I don't want to go out tonight. But now I'm asking what time we going. Because now I'm thinking practically. I know I'm going. I maybe gave my word to it and I've already made a decision. But now I'm thinking, I'm inquisitive, I'm thoughtful. And then my very next sentence may be, woo, but I know old girl going to be there. So now I'm excited to go. I've shifted through 3 different emotional and mental states in 3 back-to-back sentences. So I understand why he said it's not about control, but you can control access. because we shift through intense, like where our intention is. We can do it in back-to-back sentences, and it can make us sound contrarian, contradictory, like hypocrites, because nobody's in our head to know that we're shifting mental and emotional states. I understand that. It takes more intention to communicate deliberately and skillfully. And I mess up. Everybody messes up. We're human. I just want to point out one of the flaws that we've started to accept as a truth. And to me, that's problematic. Boundaries can't tell someone else what to do. Now, I think Bria since backed up on that, but I think she means directly telling somebody what to do. If you're directly telling somebody how to modulate their behavior, that's not a boundary. So there's an issue with the language. You can't directly tell people what to do. That's a dictation. That's a statement. That's not a boundary. A boundary is more asserting what you will not deal with. But ultimately, you're getting the same outcome. That sounds weird.
Go ahead.
That was my phone, but it was making a weird noise. You heard that too?
Yeah.
Before I'm going to play another clip, because I'm going to show y'all examples of language that's great. That's great boundary setting. I'm going to show y'all some language. Right. That's not communication of a boundary. That's a rule. And the funny thing is, a boundary is a rule too. It's just where the onus of the boundary is placed, where the rule is placed. The rule for yourself is a boundary. The rule for another person is a dictation, or whatever you want to call it. But we're both trying to arrive at the exact same place. I want you to not do this thing. So it doesn't matter whether if I tell you, like, this is the trick of a boundary. This is like the mental gymnastics of a boundary. Like Yella, if I say, hey, listen, I will not be on the stream with you if you have Ren and Stimpy, or who's that, Beavis and Butthead. I will not be on the stream with you if you have Beavis and Butthead up. What is the difference in the outcome if I tell you instead, get rid of that picture and put something else other than Beavis and Butthead?
You was breaking up. You said what's the
I said, if I said, listen, Yella, I cannot be on the stream with you if you have Beavis and Butthead up. Or if I said instead, Yella, get rid of that picture of Beavis and Butthead, because I won't be up here with Beavis and Butthead. What is the difference in the outcome that I'm looking for?
You looking for compliance. Looking for like an easier way for compliance, a gentler way for compliance, instead of trying to use.
But it allows me, right? But it allows me to not feel like a bad person.
Right?
That sounds so weird.
What the hell?
But I don't feel like a bad person because I haven't dictated to you how you should move directly. It's actually more of a passive aggressive way, because I said, listen, I won't tolerate it, but I also won't participate if you continue doing the thing. So it's still an ultimatum in a weird way. It's such a weird. I mean, mentally, I'm working through this right now. It's so weird to me that we go through all this. And I'm not saying boundaries are wrong. I'm all about boundaries, but I want us to be honest that we are controlling and manipulating, because, man, I don't know why that irked me so bad. Anyway, the idea is I can control how I show up. That's what you focus on, right? The expectation of the outcome is the same. So at some point, we have to admit that the spirit of what we're doing is essentially the same. We're just choosing a different tact, but we're still trying to get the same outcome. A boundary can be an ultimatum, absolutely. And I think ultimately, anybody that's willing to enforce the boundary is an ultimatum. Because you're willing to remove yourself from the situation if the person doesn't comply. So in a weird way, it's still an ultimatum. You're just saying, instead of you stopping it, if you won't stop it, I'll stop myself from being a part of it. So it's just flipping the coin of who stops the behavior. Either you stop it or I stop myself from observing it. So it feels like people try to remove themselves from a place of judgment in it when they talk about boundaries. Like, oh, it's a healthy, therapeutic. No, it's healthy, but it's not therapeutic. It's manipulation and control to get your way in a relationship dynamic where somebody else wants something different. So I just wanted to. I don't know why that feels so important to stress, but I feel like it needs to be stretched for whatever reason. It's not pristine. It's not clean. It's not pure. It is a selfish need. Because if it was only about us, we wouldn't even need to communicate. If it was only about us, we wouldn't have to tell the other person. If it was only about us, we could just not want what we want. We could just, you know what? We could solve the cognitive dissonance a different way. I could just quit wanting you to remove Beavis and Butthead. I could just I can get over that. That would solve the same problem. But I'm not going to take that on myself to get over wanting you to remove Beavis and Butthead. I'm going to make you remove Beavis and Butthead. Or I'm going to remove myself. But I'm not going to just say, you know what, let me get over him having Beavis and Butthead. Which is the third option. Boundary enforcement isn't pleasant either. Communication of boundary is never pleasant in my experience. Yeah, it's all not pleasant. There's something, I'm not sure. I haven't figured it out. There's something that's sticking with me, and I'm not sure why. Something in the therapeutic language that is sticking to me. But let me move on. A boundary is something that you refuse to engage in, but applies to the other person, like we've talked about. If you are in a relationship, you are telling them what to do or not to do implicitly. A boundary can't be for you if leaving is a solution. I already talked about that. Now, here's the part we have not talked about. People have a hard time expressing boundaries because it requires vulnerability. You have to express that you are uncomfortable or insecure or threatened by something that somebody else is or is not doing, which is hard for a lot of our egos to take. It's difficult. It's really hard. Expressing a vulnerability, and most of us are unwilling to do that. So instead of being vulnerable and saying, I'm threatened, or it makes me feel a way when you have a Beavis and Butthead up, which thank you for changing because I was getting ready to remove you or myself. People try to selfishly and harmfully manipulate by shaming, through coercion, through force, to avoid being vulnerable and admitting that making an I statement. I'm having an issue with that. Instead, I'll try to make like you have a problem for even wanting that in the first place. It's a way to avoid the feelings that I'm being selfish. But boundary enforcement is selfish. It is. And again, I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but I want people to understand you're serving yourself when you're putting up a boundary. You have to maintain a sense of yourself. Even in a relationship, it's important that you maintain a sense of yourself. A trigger. That's why I think was missing with the lady example. When you, I feel, and therefore if you, I will. I find that's very clear communication. I don't know. I feel you. When they say walking away could be a boundary for someone, it's important to understand, like, why am I saying this is because sometimes your boundaries can be a trigger for someone else. This is where we get into like what therapeutic language should be for, is for the understanding that people are messy. Humans are messy. So if I choose to walk away from conversations, but you had a parent that abandoned you, like that's a trigger for you. You have that insecure attachment style that's afraid of being left. Me checking out of conversations or needing to walk away when we're having a heated conflict, that may trigger a lot of deep-seated emotions for you when I'm just trying to set up a boundary to keep me from feeling violated. So therapeutic language, I don't feel like it's helped us understand each other. I feel like it's just being used to drive a deeper wedge. On top of that, people don't always interpret the behavior spoken about in a boundary the same way. Like somebody being late. Somebody might take it as disrespect. You're disrespecting me. Like, channel has been publicly on the channel. I had the issue with Mandrell, and Mandrell was showing up late. I'm not going to take that personal. I don't know what was going on. It annoys me, but I'm not going to take that as disrespect to Rashawn. But some people would have taken that as disrespect to them. Like, oh man, you violate me as a human being. You don't respect me as a person. I don't know what it was. I don't know why. I didn't even ask because it wasn't about me. I just have standards. I have standards. And you're not keeping up to the standards. I'm not going to make it personal. And that's what happens in a lot of relationships. People start taking it personal, like it's a dig at them when you're doing or not doing something. You're intentionally trying to inflict harm. People assume negative intention, and that breaks down a lot of relationships. Every time I do something, you're acting like I'm the bad guy. You've heard that language a lot. Something happens, and you act like I'm the bad guy. You act like I'm the bad guy. Yeah, you're assuming negative intent. When I just ate the burrito, or I just showed up late, I have something else going on with me that creates my behavior that has nothing to do with you, but it impacts you. So I wish we could get to a place where we weren't taking stuff so personal, and we could ask questions and find out where a lot of this stuff stems from.
I
But we're
think
not
the
heavily invested.
I think the issue with that comes along with frequency, right? Does how frequent does this thing that wasn't intended to harm you happen? Because cool, you didn't mean, all right, cool, you didn't mean to hit me, but then you keep hitting me. I mean, like this, it not like hit me like that, but just like I'm thinking sports or some shit like that. Like we sparring, you didn't mean to. We sparring basically. You didn't mean to punch me that hard, but then you keep punching me that hard. Every other punch, you punching me that hard. Now it's kind of hard for me to judge your intention when I've told you that when I communicated to you. So I guess that's a good way to look at like each other establishing boundaries, because even you have to set a boundary for somebody else's boundary. You know what I mean? So even if they look at it as, well, that wasn't my intention, you need to be smart enough to know, well, look, if that wasn't your intention, you also have a certain level of recklessness thing that goes along with it. Because while that wasn't your intention, you also didn't give a shit about the results either, and you continue to let that happen. So yeah, that's crazy. It's a balance with that.
Absolutely. Now I'm going to pull up a lady I mentioned a minute ago, and she's going to give some very good examples of what setting a boundary looks like. Commercial terms within their respective industry exist for these arbitrary fluid meanings for the purpose of expansive compromise. I can agree with that. Like the language we use, like the terms, like I said, within industry, the nomenclature. Because that's one thing I've had a problem with. Like I said, the arbitrary and fluid. If I talk about philosophy or psychology or religion, a lot of the times I'll be talking about the exact same principle or idea, but everybody uses a different language, and you're not talking about the thing unless you use their specific language, which annoys me because we'll be talking about the exact same thing. But it's used like people use this. If you can't use their specific language, you don't understand it, which kind of forces you to, if you don't have a ground to stand on, you'll give in, you'll give ground because they sound steady. They sound like they know what they're talking about because they've got this fully fleshed out language, but they don't understand the principles underneath them, which is what irks me because we fall for that. We'll fall for that because somebody has all this language, like they sound like they know what they're talking about, but they just know the language. They don't know the meaning behind it. Which I struggle seeing that happen like repeatedly. And we'll all end up just compromised because of it. Let me play this lady. She gives some good examples of boundary setting. Again, I do believe boundaries are important. You have to make room for yourself, or you have to show up as a person in a relationship too, because people are selfish, and people will make you show up with less and less and less of yourself to make them comfortable. And then you'll end up with less and less and less of yourself until the point that they don't want you anymore because you're not even a person anymore. They've eroded you. But we allow that to happen because we don't establish boundaries. Or whatever, again, and I've tried to talk long enough that y'all understand the principle behind it, about the protective nature of it. The word itself doesn't matter as long as you understand that you're protecting something, you feel threatened by something, so you're setting up a guard around something. So as long as you understand the principle, that's what you need to understand, because every domain is going to have different language for it.
You can't make comments about my weight. If you comment on my weight, I will disregard it completely and change the subject. You need to show up on time for dinner. If you are late, we will start dinner without you. You have to stop giving the kids sweets without my permission. If you give the kids sweets without my permission, I will no longer leave them with you unattended. You can't keep pressuring me to drink with you. If you pressure me to drink with you, I will politely leave. You need to be less selfish. I'd like you to consider these things, but if you don't, that's okay. But I will no longer continue to invest in this relationship.
I'm gonna pause that one right there because I don't know why. I don't know why it's sticking with me for some reason. It's sticking. I don't know why that's sticking with me right now.
To invest in this relationship.
Because it feels. That don't feel manipulative to y'all. Like I get it. I'm a boundary person. Like I said, boundaries changed my life. Setting up boundaries changed my life. And sometimes the selfishness is self-preservation, which I'm not against that. I'm not against that. But it's the second coin. It's the second side of the coin of making the request and then telling. Like she tells first and then she makes a request second. But hold on, something just stuck with me on that
less
last one.
Selfish. I'd like you to consider these things. But if you don't, that's okay.
Okay, I'd like you to consider these things. Because I say the same thing myself, so I'm self-checking in the moment. If you don't, that's okay. When I say a lot of times, when you hear me on this stream say that's okay, what I'm saying is it's not life or death. So I want to clarify this very vague language. If you don't, that's okay. It can't be okay because of what she says on this very next sentence.
Okay, but I will no longer continue to invest in this relationship.
It can't be okay if you're going to no longer invest in a relationship. So I'm just clarifying, I'm self-checking myself because I use that language like no, if you feel that way, that's okay, but, and then I'll say something to the contrary. So that was a self-check moment because I heard myself through this woman.
You can't keep showing up unannounced. If you show up unannounced, I will not answer the door. You better not ask me personal questions in front of the whole family. If you bring up personal questions in front of the family, I will politely decline to answer and change the subject.
I played that because I believe she did do a good job of demonstrating language that sounds less directive and more a request, but that request still carries the implicit, I'm going to remove myself from the relationship if you don't comply. But you do sometimes have to do that. I think it's necessary. Often the point of therapeutic communication is to remain neutral. So the emotional effect of dealing with the person can be triggering for someone you're romantically linked with. I believe that. I completely agree with that. And some of this stuff is like it's too unneutral. Like some relationships are so intimate that there's no way to remain neutral. You saying that you'll remove yourself from certain relationships, there's no way to remain neutral with that. There's no way to say it's okay if you do that. I'm just never going to see you again. That's kind of loaded. You know what I'm saying? That's very,
and that's really not neutral.
Yeah, it's not neutral at all.
That's very.
So I think that's what's sticking with me.
Right. It's not. There's no neutral. There's no balance to that. There's do it again and I'm leaving.
Right. The concept of boundaries being forms of controlling seems more like an entitlement issue. And the part of the boundaries are being communicated to. Control issue. I hear you. I would say when you do this, I feel this. And if you action, I will action. I mean, that's a good IFTT. If this, then this. That's your sentence structure right there. That's a good, because it doesn't skip a step. When you do this, I feel this. And if you do this, I will follow that action with this. I like that. I like that. I think that's a good template. That's a good template right there. Because it skip, like she's saying, like, if you do this, I will just, it's okay if you want to do this. And that's kind of what Jonah Hill did too. When we were talking about Jonah Hill, he kind of did the same thing. Well, yeah, if you want to keep to you being a stripper, I'll just be out of here. Oh, she means in general. I thought she was talking about in relationship. I'm like, who are you to take away from my yeah. She was talking about like family relationships and like, you know, all kinds of, she was adding all kinds of different situations. No one would call wolves controlling because they clearly create boundaries. I get you. I do think it's still, like, because when they like marking territory is like manipulative. It's letting other people know where you are. Like this, the way we use language is weird because we use the same words for so many different concepts. And that becomes confusing. And then people lean on the concept and their understanding, but other people will interpret it the way they've understood it, which is I don't know how to get around that. I honestly don't know how to get around that. But I know with this therapeutic language, the boundaries were sticking in my craw this week. I was hearing therapists say it's not controlling, but I'm like, but it there's a level of control there. Even if it's self-control, there's control as a principle is within this framing of a boundary. Even if it's self-control. So I know it is a semantic argument, but it's like, but it means something. It's semantics, but it has deeper meaning, and I think it's causing confusion because people automatically assume no matter which side of the boundary you're on, the other person is being abusive because they don't understand the dynamics at play. Two people are trying to make room for themselves in a relationship. So there's a negotiation that has to take place. And whoever presses is called to be the abuser. You're pressing on me. You're abusive. That's not helping us. You know what I'm saying? That dynamic's not helping us.
A boundary can actually be an ultimatum. If you truly do plan on leaving the relationship or leaving a situation, if your need is not able to be met, and your boundary sounds something like, if you continue to do X, I will leave the relationship, that is valid, and you are totally entitled to do that. The nuance comes into place when it's like, are you setting this boundary or ultimatum in order to protect yourself and make sure that you get what you need in order to be peaceful? Or are you trying to control and manipulate the other person to do what you want them to do?
Again, I know I'm beating a dead horse. But I want y'all to hear that sentence again.
Get what you need in order to be peaceful? Or are you trying to control and manipulate?
Come back.
This boundary or ultimatum in order to protect yourself and make sure that you get what you need in order to
Are you trying to protect yourself to make sure you get what you need?
Be peaceful? Or are you trying to control and manipulate the other person to do what you want them to do?
Or are you trying to control and manipulate to get them to do what you want to do, which is
be peaceful? Or are you trying
so that you can be peaceful? It's weird, but
control
I
and manipulate
I don't know why this is
boundary or ultimatum in order to protect yourself.
So you're trying to control and manipulate them to protect yourself and to make sure that you get what you need.
What you need in order
to be peaceful.
Or are you...
It's weird that we keep trying to separate it. Cause I feel like it's the same thing. It really feels like a pancake. There's the top and bottom side of a pancake. It's the two sides of a coin. It's so weird to me. I can't see it any other way now. So she's saying, what is the point of enacting the control? I don't think that's what she's saying.
To be met. And your boundary sounds something like, if you continue to do X, I will leave the relationship. That is valid, and you are totally entitled to do that.
You're entitled to feel. You're entitled to put an ultimatum out there because you're trying to keep your peace for yourself. You're trying to feel like you're there. You have space. You have ground.
Nuance comes into place when it's like, are you setting this boundary or ultimatum in order to protect yourself and make sure that you get what you need in order to be...
My issue is the way she's framing. I'm gonna use that word framing because Yella had that problem with me in framing. I feel like she's trying to frame the intention to not feel bad because I really feel like these are the exact same sentence, just phrased differently.
Are you setting this boundary or ultimatum in order to protect yourself and make sure that you get what you need in order to be peaceful? Or are you trying to control and manipulate the other person to do what you want them to do? At the end,
you're trying to control and manipulate them to do what you want to do, which is to feel safe and comfortable and have that peace. Like I don't know why that's just...
For the day, a boundary and ultimatum can sound very similar. It just depends on ultimately your motive for doing it. Is it
your motive for doing it?
Depends on the person. No, it depends on the person. It depends on the person. Just keep it what it is. Socially, clinically, yes, it depends on the motive. Socially, it depends on the person.
And Bree saying some people want to control things that are no consequence to themselves. And I get you. I get you, Bree, but I don't know. I think that's invalidating somebody's feelings. Like, we don't know the consequence. Like, we don't know why they want to control that thing. We don't know why Jonah thought it was, he thought he could tell a surf instructor to not surf with men. We don't know, but he felt something. They felt something. These people are feeling something. Like, or why would they try to control that? I disagree, Bree. I don't think people do stuff for just absolutely no reason. They're either doing it for them or they're doing it for them through you. Like, you know, there's a, I don't know how to. Parents do this with their children often. I don't know. I don't think it's of. I think when you say of no consequence, I think you're talking about there's no logistical value to it. It doesn't improve the quality of life for any person logistically. But what I'm saying is it does affect their sense of self, because some people exert control to give themselves the feeling of power, which gives them the feeling of control and wholeness. Some people feel like I need to dominate, and that is a sense of self issue. My sense of self requires me to dominate somebody, even if no consequence to your sense of self. Still sounds the same to me. Because if I don't dominate somebody, if I'm not controlling everybody, if I'm not in everybody's business and make sure they're doing everything I want them to, I feel less competent. I feel less capable. I feel less in control, which in fact it affects my sense of self. Now, I could be off, but I feel like when people are doing stuff like that, controlling things that don't have any logistical value, my kid talking loudly is not a threat to my sense of self. Maybe not yours, but somebody that's controlling how loudly your kid talks, you do have a feeling, or you wouldn't have said it. Here's what I'm saying, Brie. Like practically, literally, why would you care if it didn't have some impact on your senses of self, your senses of what people are supposed to do, how people are supposed to operate? You wouldn't mention it. I will not feel traumatized or triggered from it. You won't feel traumatized or triggered from it. Yeah, I know. And I'm taking you out of it by saying you wouldn't. But in general, people do. People they feel disrespected by some of their kids being loud. Why are you being so loud? Not in my house. Da, da, da. I'm trying to tell you, what I'm saying is, Brie, let me rephrase this. People's sense of self has been warped from their childhood experiences, so that things that you're calling inconsequential are consequential to them, which is why we have a hard time understanding why they try to dominate things that we don't see used to. So that's the better way for me to say that. Because there would be no reason for people to do the things they're doing if they didn't if they didn't get some feeling of utility from it. It would be a waste of energy, and people are too lazy to waste energy for something that doesn't make them feel something that they have interpreted as beneficial to them. Now, it's faulty. It's insecurely attached. It's avoidant attached. It's something. It's maladaptive. Whatever words we want to use. It's dysfunctional. It's another big word. It's dysfunctional. It's from trauma. It's from trauma bond. It's codependent. All the language that we use for all these different things that people do that don't seem to, like, why would they do stuff against their own best interest? In their mind, it's in their best interest because they're wired wrongly. They're wired oriented incorrectly. This is the last one from that lady.
A threat is usually an invitation to fight, whereas a boundary is an action that you take in order to protect your own needs. For example, a boundary could be, if you continue to comment on my weight, I will ignore it and change the subject. Whereas a threat could be, if you comment on my weight one more time, I'm going to throw this plate of food at you. Boundaries are put in place when the intention is to preserve the relationship and strengthen it in a way that you can stay in it and still feel good. Whereas a threat is about escalating emotions and fighting it out, where there will be at the end a clear winner and a clear loser. So it's using power to get what you want instead of to protect your needs and preserve the relationship.
Okay, so she kind of got where I was talking about. A lot of people are using power to not just make room for themselves, but like Bree's talking about, dominate. And that's what a lot of people are jockeying for power. I think a lot of this manosphere, and I don't know what we call the women. But that the women in the manosphere that are battling men, the gender war, I think that's that power dynamic that we're seeing. As opposed to everybody talking about what I need to do to feel seen and whole and make space, everybody's battling the other person to beat them into submission. And I think we know that the truth is that if everybody got what they said they wanted, their stated goals, they wouldn't be happy with them. I don't think most people know what they exactly want because they haven't had it to this point Bree's making. Yes, most people don't. I know this isn't Bree's point, but I'm bastardizing it. Yes, most people don't understand this, haven't had it modeled, and use it wrong. But it is what it is. The truth prevails. Facts. Yeah. Most people don't know what the outcomes. They're like, everybody talks about being a millionaire. Most people haven't had $1 million, so they don't know if they'd be happy with $1 million. They don't know what problems will come with having $1 million, what different levels of trouble would come. So we think we know what will make us happy because we haven't had it. So it's all theoretical. Even with relationships, a lot of us have not had, like nobody's had, like most of us in these relationship spaces have not had a 50-year marriage. Most of us aren't old enough to have had a 50-year marriage. So we don't know the work and the rewards of a 50-year marriage, except maybe we've heard through somebody else. So we don't know all the work it takes. We don't know all the sacrifices. We don't know all the rewards to chase it. Exist in a space respectfully. It's best for everybody. If I can engage with you respectfully, yeah. And that's what when I had some visual aids. Cause I'm done with my notes. Cause I made a bunch of notes. I'm done with my notes. I can be done with that. Boom, 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 boom. Give me a sec. I had some, like I said, some what I call it, some screenshots. Oh, I don't see it here. It's not even here. Wow, hold up. Wow, it's not even here. Okay, that's dirty. That's dirty. The 4 agreements. I know I pulled that up somewhere. It's got to be somewhere. Wow, so where did it go? Okay. And I meant to start with this. I've been trying to, if I know I'm going to be yapping for a long time, I want to start with the solution. I want to start with the solution. I did not do that today. I failed. Forgive me. But let me pull up the solution. Like all this boundary talk. All this bound, like y'all remember, for any of y'all that's been in church anytime, you know, Jesus kind of summed up like all of the law, the prophets, all that stuff to 2 great commandments. Love God with all your heart, your soul, and love each other. Da, 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 da. It's very similar with a lot of the stuff I talk about. It could be something very simple, but the simple, no matter how simple it is in words, it's very hard to accomplish. It's very hard to accomplish. The 4 agreements. If you operated from these values, these principles, these morals, these ethics, boundaries will work themselves out because you operate and engage from a respectful position. If you are impeccable with your word, so you speak with integrity, so you're not being passive aggressive or speaking around an issue or being indirect, or you say only what you mean. You're not adding a whole bunch of stuff to it and trying to be what do you call that? You're trying to exacerbate or escalate issues. There's another word I was trying to look for, but it's gone. You avoid using the word to speak against yourself or to gossip about others. And using the power of your word in the direction of truth and love. So you're only trying to speak to the truth. Like, listen, I really feel like I need to, I need to have space in this relationship to do this. And, I love you. I don't want to exit the relationship. I don't want to lose the relationship. But I feel like I can't feel comfortable if I'm not able to see this, do this, or receive this. That's kind of like how I perceive that. Not taking anything personally, which I talked about earlier. Y'all may not be able to see that. My bad. Don't take anything personally. Nothing others do is because of you. Now, don't take that literally. Sometimes people do stuff literally because it's you. There are certain things I would only do because you're yellow. I'm only going to do this because that's yellow. I wouldn't do that with everybody that's up here. I know certain people ain't going to take it personal. We've developed a rapport and understanding, and we can do certain things. So, but Understand that most things people do, most behaviors, good and bad, are for themselves. Most people are self-serving. So it's best not to take it personal because, one, it short circuits your emotional logic, your emotional reasoning, because you're going to make it about you instead of where the problem actually is. It's going to be hard to get root cause thinking done because you're thinking it's about you. Well, most of the time it's not. What others say and do is a projection of their own reality, their own dream. Oh, crap. Do I have that? Oh, man. That's in my, that's somewhere in my, I wish I had that sorted out. Boom. We don't see things as they are, but rather as we are. That was the quote I had from this Mark Wells guy. We don't see things as they are, but as we are. And that's how I see that. What others say and do is a projection of their own reality, their own dream. When you are immune to the options and actions of others, you won't be the victim of needless suffering. And for me, that's self-sufficiency. Because a lot of times we suffer through people and get our boundaries crossed because we need them. Because we need them for something, whether it's real or perceived. Well, if I don't have anybody to take care of me, or I need, like the homosexual, I need a place to stay, or I need money and they got money, or I need sex. Sex is a need for me. And if I ain't got no sex and I ain't trying to vet nobody else and we got something good going, if you have a need and somebody else is supplying it, you become at their mercy. So you have to be immune to them having an option and choosing different. And if they choose to act different, you got to be immune to that. You got to be self-sufficient. If you don't make assumptions, find the courage to ask questions. Now, this is hard because very few people are courageous. Find the courage to ask questions and to express what you really want. Be vulnerable. It's really hard. It's really hard to do. Communicate with others as clearly as you can to avoid misunderstanding, sadness, and drama. As clearly as you can, because you're going to mess up. We talked about how messy language is. We had a therapist use the same word, 1 to the negative, no, it's not about control, and then 2 to the positive. Yes, control. Back to back, within 9 seconds. So as clearly as you can. Because even somebody who's practiced in it will make mistakes and be misunderstood. So it's about your intention here, not your execution. Because nobody's going to be perfect. I think Conscious talked about that. With just this one agreement, not making assumptions, you can completely transform your life. And I'm not going to lie to you. That's the truth. If you don't make assumptions and are willing to be courageous enough to ask people what they meant by that when they said it, why did they do something, you get a whole new understanding of who the people are in your life. You get a whole new understanding of your family. You get a whole new understanding of your friends, and you actually find out who just doesn't trust you enough or not being vulnerable enough to talk to you. And if you ask them why, like people won't answer you questions, where they won't tell you why they did stuff, and you ask them why they won't tell you, all of that stuff reveals a lot. You learn a lot. You learn about how people see you too. It will completely transform your life if you're willing to ask those type of courageous questions. But again, this stuff is simple. I'm reading it off. It's very simple, plain English, but it's hard to do emotionally. It's hard to do this stuff emotionally. It's hard to put yourself out there. And the fourth agreement, always do your best. Your best is going to change from moment to moment. It will be different when you are healthy as opposed to sick. You're not always going to have a good day. Your boundaries are going to shift. A good day boundary, yeah, you might let some stuff, it's all right. Yeah, it's cool. I had 2 burritos anyway. You ate one of them, I ain't even tripping. But man, you might be hungry one day. You might be starving. And that dude, at the end of a long day where everybody's been calling you names or playing you left, ate that burrito of yours out the fridge, you might spaz out. Might spaz out at the wrong time. Might spaz out when the bosses from corporate are in the office. You never know. Life happens. So understand, moment to moment, day to day, stuff's going to change. But under any circumstance, simply do your best. And you will avoid self-judgment, self-abuse, and regret. If you can look back, no matter, even if you spazzed out, if you can look back and you say, there's nothing, in the moment, I just spazzed out. I lost control. But there was no way for me to not lose control. Because sometimes emotions overcome you. It shouldn't be often. It should not be frequent. If you have an issue with emotional control, it might be frequent, but you have to work on it. It's a muscle. But if at the end of every day, you've done the best you absolutely could, You could lay your head on the pillow. It was a good day. You can sleep easy that day. Your circumstances may not have changed, but you need to be able to you need to be able to look at yourself at the end of each night and be like, I represented myself well. These are the 4 agreements. I mean, this is listed under Stoicism, but these are some principles that I found to be transformative. Honestly, be transformative. And if you embody these 4, similar to like the 2 great commandments in the Bible, if you embody these, like the 2, love God and love love each other, love the fellow man, love your brother like yourself. If you embody those type of principles, they're big principles. If you embody those, if you learn those, if you practice those, man, your life will change. I'm not talking about your circumstances necessarily. Being a good human being won't necessarily make you more money. So I'm not talking about your circumstances. I'm talking about your understanding and being able to operate in the world around you. You won't be overcome by so many small things. Somebody putting up a boundary won't dishevel you or send you into a tizzy. Somebody saying that you can't wear bathing suits or swim or surf won't make you shut down. Or you'll just be like, you know what? I consider that. I don't think I'm down with that. So it empowers you. Like Bree said, it empowers you. Where's it at? It's in here somewhere. But she said it empowers you. That's what I meant. It's in here somewhere. But it allows you to engage respectfully. It allows you to not assume negative intent in so many people. And I wish I had it, but I don't know what I did with it. But it empowers you as a human being to control yourself, to govern yourself accordingly, to be a decent human, somebody that's respectable. And I try my best to model some of that behavior. Hopefully I have. I'm sure I fail. I'm sure I let people down. Every now and then I might let myself down. Not often. But it's a practice. And I wasn't good on the first date. I'm better now than I was 5 years ago. I'm better 5 years ago than I was 20 years ago. It's all development. But it's all at your own pace. Do what you can, when you can, while you can. And that's my long, very long, extra long conversation about boundaries. Hopefully you got something out of it. Even if it's just my understanding or my angst. I know I've been, dominant yellow, but I wanted to get all that out. But
no, that's cool. I was listening. Yeah, I was listening. That shit was like it was well put. Plus, you got to argue with Bree, who shall not be named. So that was always fun.
Yeah, I got a bunch of slides I was gonna go through, but I don't know if I want to do that. I know people are tired. I've been up here 5 hours, and 2 hours is the cutoff for stuff go left. And my audio might mess up too. I don't know. My audio might mess up. Let me see. My audio might mess up. Last time I brought this in, the audio. Let me see. Tell me if I get crackly. I'm about to bring this in now. So, is my audio crackly?
No, you seem to be good.
Okay, cool.
So far, so good.
Cool. Well, I'll just run through these and just give a little commentary on them, ask you what you think. And this is from, most of these are going to be from this lady named Nidra Tawwab. She's a therapist who I listen to a lot of I've picked up a lot of these Nidra nuggets, as she called them, about boundaries. But my first encounter with boundaries was the book called Boundaries. I can't remember who the author is. It was a really good book, transformed my thinking on a lot of things. But it says, I hope you outgrow questioning whether what you feel is valid. You have full permission to feel what you need to, even when others disagree with how you feel. What you feel is based on your experiences, thoughts, and mental health. So what you think about that, Yellow?
Yeah, it's kind of like becoming comfortable knowing where the boundary is already. It's almost like spatial awareness or ring awareness. You know what I'm saying? Knowing where you at on the field, in the ring, or in a certain space, a group of people. You know what I'm saying? You understand that your steps, you step different. You move different. Your steps are more confident. You know what I'm saying? So that creates the need to not question if you made the right step, but just know you made the right step.
I need the easy way to go to the next one without doing all this. Where'd the little thing go? Oh, that's annoying. There we go. Boom. Alright. Now, this was during 2020. Cool. Holidays. Everybody, a lot of people have problems with their family around holiday time. It's okay to set boundaries with your family. People will not figure out what your boundaries are with you without you telling them. Tell them precisely what you want. I did not hit Seymour. That's on me. But boundaries with your family sound like when I come to visit, I'm staying in a hotel. I won't be attending the family gathering. I need you to stop bringing up embarrassing stories about me. I don't think they're funny. I cannot loan you any money. When I share something with you, I need you to keep it between us and not share it with other people in the family. I know your advice is well intentioned, but I need you to listen without offering your opinion. Oh, I wish more people did that. I'm not available to answer my phone every time that you call and see, oh my God, I got a sister that always like, why didn't you answer the phone? I'm like, because I didn't answer the phone. Because I didn't.
Yeah, see, there's a difference between choosing not to answer the phone and never answering the phone.
Right.
I got people
like you're on the
like
phone
that.
now.
I got
phone
people.
Now.
Yeah, I got people like that. That they just don't answer the phone, and it's like that's not establishing a boundary. That's just you not answering the phone. Like people get real finicky with that. So, my bad. Never mind.
Nah, you good. You good. That's what Bree talk about avoiding. That's avoiding. You're avoiding the issue instead of dealing with it. Man. Share as much or as little as you feel comfortable sharing. A boundary with yourself can look like sharing what you want people to know and keeping the rest to yourself. Excuse me. You can share when you're ready. When you're ready. You have a right to privacy. Even when people are requesting more information. People do not have to understand your boundaries to honor them or for you to enforce them. At all. What you think about that, Playboy?
All of these any of these will work in individual settings. I don't think that'll kind of work in a relationship.
Okay.
You can't enforce a boundary in a relationship and have the person not understand why that boundary is there.
Okay.
Because I said so, ain't finna fly.
Yeah, I mean that's true. you gotta express something.
Yeah.
Something's got to be communicated. You can't just like because it'll come across like stonewalling.
Yeah.
I get you. And by stonewall, I'm just saying people that won't talk, they'll shut down, won't engage in conversation or relationship at all. They're kind of like just so.
Right.
I get you. At some point, there has to be the other person has to be made. You have to make an attempt to communicate, which is kind of we've covered that ground. But I get what you're saying. Communication has to be baked into this. All right.
Right. It's like how you gonna how is the idea of this effective ways to communicate boundaries, but then tell people that they don't have to understand and you don't have to explain it to them.
Well, I don't think she said no. You don't have to explain it to them. I think they don't have to understand because sometimes you'll explain it to them clearly and they won't understand why you're like, why are you making this? You know what I'm saying? So I think I've had that issue multiple times. Like I don't understand why you acting like this, or I don't understand why I'm like, you know what? I've told you what I want or I can't explain it any further. Like this is what I want or this is what's important to me. And if I've told you that's what's important to me, and I've even said why, and you're still like, but I don't understand that. I can't make you understand it more than the language will permit. You know, I mean, I know I've had that issue myself. People don't. Jesus Christ. All right, let's go ahead and turn this on. Focus. Thank you. People don't have to agree with boundaries for you to execute them. Boundaries are meant to keep you safe, and they are meant to keep you comfortable. Now that's I'm gonna say a misunderstanding because it's gonna be uncomfortable to enforce a boundary. It's uncomfortable to communicate a boundary, but it's trying to make you comfortable within the relationship. Your comfort may make others uncomfortable, and that's okay. And see, like that's what I mean, like the paradox. There's a paradox with boundaries. Your
Your
comfort
comfort
may
make
make
me.
others uncomfortable, which means they're going to then put a boundary down, which may
Oh
make you
God,
uncomfortable.
oh my. I heard it in the last one, and I was like, this seems to be going down one of those
Oh shoot!
kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
Now and it's like that's why I would check out. Like that's why I would check out of the whole conversation.
Yeah.
Your comfortable might make somebody else uncomfortable, and that's what I mean by like the goal is that I'm supposed to accept your comfortable that's intentionally gonna make me feel uncomfortable, or that you're knowingly gonna make me feel uncomfortable. Now I gotta set a boundary, and you gonna feel violated because my boundary is gonna stop you from being comfortable. Well, see, you gotta be comfortable despite my comfort, or I mean, in spite of my comfort.
Yeah. That is the thing, and that's the paradox I see built into this. And I saw it today. I was like, man, there's a paradox built in here. I'm like, it's kind of weird. The issue is if everybody were moving in that four agreements, if everybody were moving with those positive and healthy intentions, it wouldn't be this complicated. But most people aren't, and you have to be able to operate well enough on your own to see that the other person isn't moving with good intentions, and that takes practice. If you're from a dysfunctional place or from a place of hurt and trauma, it's hard because they'll pretend to be for you because they want something from you. So a lot of times that comes across as they're well intentioned, but they're self intentioned. And if you do ask for like specific intention poured towards you, they won't do it. And that's how you can kind of start to see the schism, the difference between somebody who's in for themselves only or in for the relationship. And it's hard because you're in the relationship for yourself. So it's a weird, there's a weird hard line or like a thin line between the you in the relationship and the relationship in you. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to even verbalize, but both are necessary. There's that symbiotic nature. You need a self to be a part of a relationship, but eventually the relationship also has to serve the self. You know, so they have to kind of feed each other, and both people have to be participants in that dynamic. Both people have to participate in giving to it, which is where you talked about the reciprocity. And that's how relationships work. Relationships do have requirements. The love is the sacrificial part, but the relationship, it's going to require some negotiation. It's kind of complicated. Emotionally immature people will not respond well to your boundaries. Don't be surprised when they block you, give you the silent treatment, create drama, or have a tantrum. Now, this is where Bree be pushing on us. Your job, and I say the same thing. This is what I was talking about. You have to be able to handle the corrosive materials. Your job is to maintain your boundaries despite the response from the people who don't want you to have boundaries. This is where you cannot cave. You cannot negotiate with terrorists. If they're having an extreme response to you having a want or a need, there's a problem. If they come with you with a desire to understand and want to make sure that everybody's seen, heard, understood, felt, all that good stuff, great. But if they're having an emotionally immature response consistently, one time maybe, but if they're consistently responding immature and refuse to allow you space in the relationship, that's when you got to make a decision, in my opinion. Now, this one is something it took me a hard time to understand. The places where I'm having the most discomfort, the places where I'm doing the most complaining, are issues where I need boundaries. I run into this with streaming sometimes. I found that the areas that I complain about the most are directly tied to the places where I need firmer boundaries. So in the areas in your... Go ahead.
No, I was just laughing at that. That's a bit ironic.
Yeah. I mean, but that's how it is. If you're constantly complaining or constantly talking about something that's toxic or something that's unhealthy, that's probably a place where you need some development. Like there's something wrong there. Like pain is an indicator. So if you're always complaining about something, if you're always unhappy with something, that should tell you something. But a lot of us blow through those stop signs, like we was talking about last night. Rashawn be running red lights. That was one time. It never happened again. But, yeah, if you're constantly having a complaint, constantly having an issue with something, even if it's a channel that you're always on, if you're constantly having an issue with the host or people in the chat, you might need a boundary, and that boundary might need to be space between you and it. Sometimes that's a choice that some of us have to make. Sometimes some of us have to leave things that we actually desire to be a part of because they're not conducive to our well-being, or we're not conducive to the atmosphere. Both are possible. But all of these things have to be considered. Boom. An essential part of healthy boundaries is learning to respect and accept other people's boundaries. Do you find it hard to respect other people's boundaries, Yella?
Depends. Initially, I try to. But once I feel mine have been crossed, then I have no problem crossing your boundaries. Fuck your boundaries.
Man.
So.
Respecting boundaries can look like waiting for someone to return your call instead of psycho calling. Oh my God. Oh, I hate psycho calls. Whew. Sorry. I'm getting triggered. Allowing someone to be upset without trying to make them get over it. Ooh, that's annoying. Accepting no as a final answer. Giving people space when they've demonstrated it's what they want. Man, yeah. Because I be wanting space. Following stated and posted rules. Not doing things your way when someone has stated a different preference. Man, now I've been that person. They said they wanted one thing. I didn't say no, or I agreed to it, and I did it my way anyway. I've been that person. I'm flaky like that. I've tried to not do that so much. Not convincing others to think like you or do as you would do, and that's something I had to get to too. That took some time. But there's a bunch more of these. I'm not gonna waste too much more of y'all's time with these. I see y'all done fell off, but me and Yella been up here cooking for about 5 hours, man. Hopefully y'all got something out of it. Yella with the punch card. You want to give us any final words, my guy?
It's been cool, man. I've liked this this couple of day journey through the ideas of boundaries. I feel like I've collected a better idea. You know what I'm saying? I've definitely learned a lot on the last 2 days, especially with this with these debates between the two people I like talking to the most. It was two different approaches. You know what I'm saying? So it's all good though, man. Hope everybody enjoy the rest of y'all night. What is it, Tuesday? Taco Tuesday. Let's go. Time to go make some tacos.
Jill. Hey, before you go, man, I want to read this last one before you go. For no reason at all. I'm just reading it because I think it needs to be read. And maybe people will take it away from it or something. Maybe they won't. And then we can get out of here. You become an adult when you set boundaries with your parents. You are entitled to choose the type of life you want to live. This excerpt from her book. Signs that you need boundaries with your parents. Your parents are aware of intimate details of your relationship, particularly if they're causing harm in the relationship. Your parents are involved with disputes you have with others. Your parents don't respect your opinion. Your parents enter your personal space without asking. Your parents insist that you say yes to everything. You say yes to your parents out of obligation, even when it's inconvenient. And boundaries with your parents look like expressing your feelings openly, managing your time in a way that works best for your schedule and lifestyle, not pressing yourself to attend every family event, giving them rules about your home, not allowing them to show up at your home unannounced, withholding intimate details of your relationship, not painting your partner in a negative light to your parents, And I would say sometimes not allowing a parent to paint another parent in a negative light is a solid boundary. Saying no. Introducing your partner to your parents when you're ready. Handling your own disputes with others. And being able to share your opinions with your parents. So I know a lot of us have a hard time being able to enforce boundaries with our parents, man. Salute to all y'all who've had to grow to that space because, man, it's difficult. No matter how old you get, I saw my grandma just at my mom and my aunts. I was like, woo. They was full grown with full grown kids, and she was still on them. I was like, eesh, woo. But it's really difficult. It's a journey for most of us. Man, salute to all those who get there and the outcomes be what the outcomes be. But hopefully the parents come around because, man, they be prideful. They be egotistical and arrogant. But we be loving them and wanting to stay connected. But your boundaries are what your boundaries are. Here's Try Great Show as usual. Appreciate you. Appreciate everybody that stayed up in the chat, man. Appreciate everybody that's hung around. It's been 5 hours. My voice is tired. My voice tired. I do not know when my next stream will be. I'm still trying to keep up with my Tuesdays at 3. I gave my word on Tuesdays at 3, so I want to kind of at least, if I don't do anything else, I want to do a stream Tuesday at 3. So I might not see y'all till next week. You know what I'm saying? I might not see y'all till next week. But if not, hope y'all have a good time. Happy birthday to Mr. Harris, Mr. He Said Cerebro. And I appreciate you, Yella. Appreciate Bree, Inya, NA, Apex, the World Class came through, Quantum. I'm about to go through Ty Libra, Vaughn Bryant, Vaughn Eric. Woo, a whole bunch of people came through early. But RLV, Realistic Vibes, man, thanks to everybody that came through. I will check y'all next time. Let me hit what did I do for an intro? The intro, I did the other one. I do the regular outro. I'll see y'all next time.
God bless the food, goddammit. God bless the food. Now, I'm going to tell y'all something. I'm going to end this goddamn thing. Look, where's that goddamn money bowl at? Who got that money bowl? We taking that money right now before you leave this bitch. We ain't leaving out here for free, motherfucker. Where that money bowl at? Don't have me to fire this bitch off now. Where that money bowl at? Don't you? Look, don't make me shoot this. All right. I'll protect you while they're dead, motherfucker. I don't mind shooting another motherfucker.
I'ma head out. Okay? Good luck, ladies.
Thank you, everyone, for critically drinking. We are so grateful for your continued support and viewership, and we know we wouldn't be here without you, so we really appreciate you choosing to spend your time with your favorite dime. We hope that you're enjoying the show, and we promise to keep bringing you refreshing conversations week after week. Thanks again for watching, and we look forward to seeing you next time.
What up, Touch of the War? Hey.
You retain an advantage by staying liquid.
Yeah, you asked me how I felt. Imagine a used dish rag in your head. Picture it. Now imagine feeling like that.